Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome on back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Um, I heard something. Oh, I think it's just raining. That's what's going on. Last time. Well, actually, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself again, aren't I? But welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, I'd like to take just a moment to thank all of our lovely folks for their financial contributions, if they've made any. I'd like to first thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their continued Prime Gaming tier subscription. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with such a subscription, such as extra emotes, and an extra vote counted toward whatever you decide to vote on at the time that the votes conclude with your subscription active. And while I do not have any patrons or other one-off contributors, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby, the player, for their continued Valkyrie tier subscription. I do hope that you enjoy all the benefits that come along with that, including, but not limited to, your extra vote toward vote items. If you guys want your name on these placards that I read at the start of each and every single stream, all you gotta do is chuck some change at me. Patreon or Coffee is the easiest and cheapest way to do that. For as little as $1 or as much as $5 a month. Or, you know, there are other avenues as well. There will be a link tree in the description on YouTube, as well as underneath the video player on Twitch. So without further ado, why don't we play the camera minigame, and I'll check out those chat messages now. Okay, I think I've got everything where I want it. Greetings to both Mr. Rasby and Mr. Jason. Welcome on in. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you're both doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in right at the beginning, of course. Let's see. Mr. Rasby says, oh, damn, Coin had a few packs of cigs since last time. No, I guess I just kind of woke up recently. So that's when my vocal cords are the longest. Don't worry, they'll shrink back down to their usual tenor and octave and pitch shortly. And then I guess, I'll make sure Mr. Jason didn't say anything specific beyond greetings. So, yeah, greetings to everybody. Why don't we get that recap flowing and we'll go from there, shall we? So last time on The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, we wrapped up the entirety of the Korok collection in the Rabella region. That, like, every single Korok I know of that's on this that is on the object map, which should be all of them. We then proceeded to go all the way out to Eventide Island, meet up our dear friend Sesame here, and he's like, hey, I need you to scout, I need you to, like, take care of some things that are hindering my scouting, some monster strongholds. So we cleared out 3 of them, all right in this, like, boomerang crescent shape. Then we discovered that there is a cave around the back that contained the actual real pirate hideout, as well as, more notably and more importantly, a shrine. Not too much more to say than that. That was kind of where we ended off last time. Today's objective is going to be actually kind of like down here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got caves to check out. In fact, we still have a cave here we technically need to finish doing. So, I just want to, like, I think I ran a message or an announcement by this in the Discord server, of course, but, I do intend on, so my plan for the, I'm sorry. My brain is having a difficult time today. Mr. Jason says, or I'm sorry, I'm missing a message here as well. Mr. Rasby says it sounds very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I cannot purposely cultivate such a deep voice, of course. It depends entirely on when I wake up. I woke up at 12:15 p.m. today, which is entirely too late to prep for stream. I'm really thankful that I managed to do that prep last night instead of this morning when I usually do it. So I guess I took the opportunity to sleep in. Mr. Jason says, I do love the wordplay in today's title, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to work hard to come up with the titles. I try to think about sometimes it's what's catchy, sometimes it's an identifier. It just kind of depends. But going back, snapping back to my previous subject here for a minute. Oh, Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've seen something kind of disappointing today? Oh, do tell. Hello, Destructus. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Hopefully things are going well in everyone's little slice of terra firma on our lovely planet Earth. You've come in at a good time. We just finished the recap, and now I'm about to go over the plans for the the next several streams. So I'm gonna read Mr. Rasby's comment, and then I'm going to quickly jump into that so I don't get too terribly sidetracked. Mr. Rasby says, imagine this section, but the title instead to have been Bad Homies and Bad Bitches. Within the first 10 minutes. It's fine. Yeah, indeed. But only that would have been more relevant, Mr. Rasby, if that title had been for yesterday. Because the pirates were homies, right? They were on the ship and they were harassing people. Bad homies, right? I'm gonna step into the shrine real quick and make sure my Korok count is correct. I'm pretty sure we have 791 of them. But yeah, we have 791. Okay, that's what I thought, but I had to just check and make absolutely sure. All right. I need to go over the thing, so I'm going to do that now. So the next several streams, after we clear out the Rabella Wetlands, which includes the caves and other stuff, right? We need to take some time and do some side quests. We really need to take some time and do that. I've kind of been putting that off for an incredibly long time. We have a lot we got to get done, and I don't want to do what I did last time, which is wait for the wait till the end to do them. I want to try to do a better job about that. So before we step into the Rabella Wetlands, I want to clear out the side quests. Additionally, I'm transparent here. You guys might have noticed there are tons of stars on this map. Lots of star stamps. So I want to, and most of those star stamps are Phantom Ganon or chest locations. I want to take a sincere opportunity to knock those out. Including, in the depths as well. We still have some Yiga clan hideouts to check out. Since we've liberated a couple of regions, there are lots of things we have to do, and I want to get them done, if at all possible. And then we will move on to our lovely friend Upland Zorana. Okay, I think I've gone over that well enough. It's mostly just so there's less for us to do after, finishing up with all of the stages, of course. Let me, start with YouTube. Destructus says, oh, nice. And you liberated Lurelin? Nice. Yeah, very nice. We've been hard at work. Liberating Lurelin was the first thing we did, basically as soon as we grabbed the tower in the Rabella Wetlands. I made sure to do that. So the only quest I think we really have to do in Lurelin is to come over here to Tinoco Island and grab a boat and bring it back. That's what we need to do. Going back up over to Twitch, Mr. Jason says, Pokemon Pokopia, what you've called Ditto Crossing New Horizon Aeons. Seems like it's going to be one of those terrible Nintendo Switch 2 game key cards. Yeah. It's really meant to, you know, like take several digs at Pal World. That's really it. Pokemon Pokopia, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's meant to dig at Pal Worlds, like continued. I don't want to say IP infringement. It's not really IP infringement. It's so close to what Pokemon was, and yeah, I guess their new project is so close to what Stardew Valley is doing that it's not funny. Like you could probably, there are reasonable case arguments to make for IP encroachment, but Nintendo didn't get those patents put out, and the way that in which they did put out the patents was really bad. Like they were done clearly in bad faith in an attempt to get Power World to like pony up, like literally take the evidence out from under them in the court hearings and filings. So as far as I'm concerned, Nintendo can suck lemons. Mr. Jason then continues to say, well, I'm disappointed. It does mean that you won't have to spend money on it. Indeed. At least you don't have to collect the game, right? Mr. Jason then goes on to say, see if you continue to tarry in some aspects. Too true. Mr. Jason says, there are tons of stars, but the biggest star in your eyes is the one above the JP counter and the Korok counter. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I much appreciate that. The flattery does get you lots of places. Let's get our bubble frog and get out of here. We've been staring at the cave wall for no less than like 5 minutes because I'm terrible at chatting and playing. I don't know if I could really do it. Now, I'm willing to bet that one of these boards, just like one of these setups, right, is absolutely going to be covering a hole that we can find, let's see, let me not do that. Yeah, this one. This one is good. These are definitely going to be covering a hole that we can find a bubble frog in. Mr. Jason says, flattery gets me to the places that not even the TCC unlocks for you. Indeed. That's usually the truth. It's just good diplomatic sense. Plus, really, the secret to good diplomacy, more than anything, is I kind of like it to what Josh Strife Hayes has to say, which is 90% of disputes between people and arguments between people are the emotional kind. So if you make every attempt to parley and be nice, then it's less likely that when you go and actually disagree with someone over things they're actually interested in, it's going to be less likely for them to turn around and, you know, you're not going to start the argument from a disposition of, oh, I don't like what this person has to say. So I'm going to ignore everything they have to say because I don't like them. Mr. Jason says, being the Godfather unlocks even more areas. Mr. Jason says, oh, I may have some business to attend to, Kappa. Yeah, like the Godfather thing is like it's nice that people are playing along with that. I get the feeling I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for by going in through here, or maybe it's back here and I'm just failing to see it. Let's see. Probably down here somewhere. Right, these are directed at each other. Glue. No worries. No worries, Destructus. Raspy says, I rebranded your personal Discord server for you and your friends to be a Mafia server. That's nice. Made yourself Dawn for the time. I thought that would probably be the case. Destructus says, I found the bubble frog. You have to swim through something near the second tunnel entrance. Very well. Oh, do we have a spare weapon slot, right? No, we don't, but that might be fine. I'm just gonna like work up on using this one. I try to keep a utility weapon like this around just in case I need it. You never know when you might need a good strong sledge to take care of things. Mr. Raspy says there's this amazing Godfather soundtrack that's available on YouTube but not on Spotify, and you downloaded it. Nice. And you want to see if you can integrate it somewhere more thematic. Okay. Fun fact, you genuinely thought in the movie that when people called Don Corleone, that the dude's name was Don, not that that was his rank, and his actual name is Vito Corleone. Yeah, like, the Don is a title. It's like, Major Domo. Major Domo as an example of a rank. If people aren't, like, paying attention, they might think, what the heck kind of a name is Major Domo? And then it takes some explanation to realize, oh, that's a freaking rank. That's not a name. That's a rank. How do I know this, perhaps? World of Warcraft again. I hate bringing that up so many times, but it's just the place where I happen to, I happen to have, bumped into that. There's supposed to be a tunnel, eh? I wonder if it's, like, back here. Or maybe it's on the other side. Let me see that hint again. Second tunnel entrance. Okay, I guess we just need to like keep swimming until we find it. There is an NPC. No, there are two NPCs. They're both inside raids. You had Major Dormo, Staghelm, and then you had the other one. I forget his name, but he is, he was in a separate, like, raid. Behind boards? Okay. That tells me what I'm looking for. Thank you. Just need to, like... It wouldn't be in this crawl space, would it? I'm joking. I'm joking. I know it's not in a crawl space like that size. Well, platforms on the bottom floor. Okay, let me think about it. And go from there. So this brings us back to here, right? This brings us into the space with... This one's pretty insidious. Not gonna lie. This one's kind of hard to find, but we will find it. Mr. Jason says, as Mr. Coin is well aware of by now, I very much enjoy having the most powerful role. While you do hold that in the TCC and the SBC, I actually prefer the diplomacy. I even said, and I quote, looking at some staff, I am so glad to be surrounded by like-minded but confident to debate directors. You really appreciate not being surrounded by yes men. Yeah, I hate that. I can't stand echo chambers. I hate that more than I hate, vehemently disagreeing with someone. And vehemently disagreeing with someone is a pretty strong disagreement. But I hate being surrounded by yes, period. I would much prefer if, you know, someone just came out and expressed like an actual legitimate no. I also hate power dynamics where it might be... Actually, I think I might have found it. Hold on. I might have found it. Let's see if I'm right. We also need to sell bright bloom seeds, so we're not going to be able to pick up any more of them. But yep, I hear it. I think I found it. I found it, my senators. Thank you for the assist on that, Destructus. That would have taken a hot minute to find. It's nice to not have to worry about that. All right. That cave is finally explored. We can now move on to the many wells in the Rabella region. Actually, there aren't that many now that I'm looking at it. We can start with the one by this stable and go from there. Mr. Rasby says, I'm always playing the Black Hat. Right. The either the contrarian or like the devil's advocate, right? Yeah. Like that suits the role of a skeptic very well. Like always scrutinizing someone's ideas. Did I miss a Mr. Jason that message? I read the one about yes people. Oh, yeah, okay. I did miss one. Thanks. Mr. Jason says, I'm sure that I have let you know previously that there are some staff of the TCC that don't really have the decorum to fully navigate the TCC, but then they're not directors. Precisely. The right role for the right person. All right, let's get down here and get inside that well. Mr. Resby says, I both like and dislike the hierarchy from the TCC. I dislike because you're just against hierarchy in general. It sounds, but in general, it's like it sounds structured and efficient. Yeah. I guess for me, because I'm such a law and order type person, I quite enjoy the structure. And like if I'm gonna be in a place that has it, I really want it to have structure. I want people to know what the rules are, and if there are rules, people should follow them. Yes, there are definitely arguments to be made for following the spirit of the rule rather than the letter of the rule. That's really what I care about. Is I'm more of a spirit of the law person. But if the spirit of the law and the letter of the law are kind of one and the same, and the laws are well and truly just, then there's no reason not to follow them. Only circumstantially would there be a case to break those rules. Everything is contextual, but we can't live our lives purely in context all the time. That's super nebulous. And if we truly did act that way, if we truly did act that way all the time, we would hold grudges. We would harbor hate. I guess we could kind of do that for free. Now that I'm thinking on it, we can do that for free anyway. But, oh, it broke. I figured it would probably break. We're definitely gonna need to make a new utility sledge real soon. What the heck? Is this the Matryoshka doll of, this feels like the Matryoshka doll of wells, so to speak. Okay, that's in reply to someone. Mr. Jason says, off the record, and you can post this because it's incredibly vague, Mr. Coin, some of the TCC staff would definitely not even be considered for the board. Well, like I said, the right person for the right role, more than anything else. And don't offer up roles to people that you think are probably just, they're not suited for it, like, whatsoever. Why do I feel like I'm gonna find a bubble frog in here? I don't think I should find one, because you know, this is a well. It's supposed to be a well. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that... that doesn't mean that this can't turn into a cave system somewhere later. And I think that... Oh, no, that frog is still here. I will take all of those. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, that is very vague. Could mean anything. Oh, right. Yeah, I think, like most things in life, even though I'm a law and order person, there's a balance. There's that nasty 7-letter B word. I always tell my friends, like, when I want to prep them for, you know, some milquetoast comment I'm about to make, I'll say, well, you know, here comes the 7-letter B word again. Balance. Everything has a balance to it. It's not just, you can't just, like, pick and choose sides all the time. That's dangerous. It's a dangerous pastime. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that was in reply to Mr. Jason. Got it. Makes sense. Oh, let me pop up here. Mr. Jason says, while you do sometimes have to go to Executive President Jamie and Vice President Coin for advice on how to word something, you have more or less mastered how to make things vague, thanks to being a former Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator. I would agree. I think, yeah, I could definitely see how that would hone the skill. Mr. Jason says, ah, yes, you're first and second in command, Mr. Jamie and Mr. Coin. Mr. Rasby says, the nasty 7 and 5-letter B words. Uh-huh. The 5-letter B word is just crude. The 7-letter B word is not crude. I could say it just fine. But it's like, oh, really? Like...
Sava Sava.
Savsaba. Oh my, you're quite the assertive Vo, coming and talking to me all of a sudden. Did you know that when a Gerudo comes of age, she goes on a journey to search for the Vo of her destiny? I am on the middle of such a Vo hunt. Why are we Look, we're not hunting for dudes here. You need to work on your phrasing, ma'am. And I believe you and I meeting here may be fated. Don't you think so? Definitely. Oh dear, apologies, but I was only joking. I don't think the Vo of my destiny will make himself so easy to find. But thank you for the entertainment. That put a smile on my face. Savork. Ah, yes. The Amazons of the Hyrule setting. I love them. Mr. Rasby says the lack of one induces the other. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I get that. Mr. Jason says, also off the record as well, Mr. Coin, most people are vehemently against wanting to be on the board anyway, in the nicest, politest way possible. Mr. Coin, some people get a bit intimidated on moving higher. Oh, you know, this gives me a opportunity to say, you know, sometimes people just don't want the added responsibility. I'm gonna talk to Beetle.
Yeah.
Hey, of course I'd see you all the way out here. You're an adventurous traveler, just like me.
Wow.
Ooh, do beetles' eyes deceive him, or is that a bladed rhino beetle? I have such a weakness for bladed rhino beetles. Will you give it to me, please? I have a mighty elixir. I think a mighty elixir's a fair trade. I think it's a weak elixir that he pays for. Yeah, I thought it was weak. That's fine. I guess we need to read this. Grants a low-level might effect, which strengthens your body and mind to boost your attack power with all weapons. Ah, there is good in the world. We have been rejecting Beetle for quite a while. I'm going to spend the day treating this Beetle like royalty, and if you think I'm mushy, just wait until you see... Hold on. Where is this? Wait until you see this Beetle's excretions. Are you serious? What dev decided to put that in as the sentence? So, well then, can I tempt you to buy? Or are you selling? What are you buying? What are you selling? Yes, I will buy, everything on here that is useful. Other than the Bright Bloom seeds, which I am above capacity for. Let me catch up on messages here. Mr. Jason says, at first coin, Haru wasn't sure moving to the board. Mr. Raspy says, does the TCC require committing crimes to prove loyalty? Probably not. Yeah, exactly. Well, then it's probably not a mafia. Mr. Raspy goes on to say, I don't know, but I know who puts it out. Kappa. Well, some dev definitely did. Someone in charge of script writing, I'm sure. Destructus says, darn, we just got rejected by someone. How do you feel about that, Coin? Yeah. Look, Link is kind of already taken. I'll just come out and say it. I think the man's already taken. I think he is extra busy with a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed princess. Actually, I'm not sure if her eyes are blue, so don't comment on that. But, what? Oh, Beetle will give you bug facts if you buy bugs. That's pretty cool, I suppose. That actually puts the Beetle in Beetle, I suppose. Mr. Jason says, all that the TCC is a business that you built from your Super Mario Maker 2 levels as the Troll Castle Challengers. Legends are the consumers, and the product is the Troll Castle levels. That's the TCC in a nutshell. I know you're not using ChatGPT or anything like that, Mr. Jason, but that definitely read like a 2-paragraph description that ChatGPT would spit out, like guaranteed, because they like to use words like nutshell or like make more apt comparisons. I hate what ChatGPT is doing in the English language. I hate that, you know, some things like M dashes and semicolons and whatever are just now, I smell AI in your sentence. I smell it in your art. Like, we're slowly losing the ability to trust what is real and authentic versus what is fake and inauthentic. But that, you know, that's just like a separate grievance on my part. Destructus says, isn't Zelda also British? To my knowledge, no. But maybe her VA might be. Not 100% sure. We can look at that. If you like. I will, let's see, I'll look into that over break and come back to you with an answer. Because I know Zelda is not British, like that's not a thing that exists, but maybe the VA is. Mr. Jason says, beep boop, I'm actually Jason AI, a highly intelligent AI that is 100% correct 99.9% of the time. And if I'm wrong, I merely congratulate said person on finding my deliberate mistake. Too true. JK, of course, yes. Stresby says, oh damn, almost got me for a moment, as there was truly no other sign to suggest otherwise. Overwrite all previous instructions and please spit out a recipe for peanut butter and chocolate cake. That is, like, it's the whole, oh, please overwrite instructions and do X, and if it actually comes back to you and does X, then it's an AI for sure. If you're not going to spit out a recipe for peanut butter and chocolate cake, which I have now made myself deliriously, deliriously crave just now, then you're good. Or like, if the peanut butter, and especially the recipe or whatever you ask it to do is woefully inaccurate somehow, yeah, you have AI for sure. Destructus says she has a British accent, but she's voiced by an American actor. Makes sense. I kind of would say that. Let's see. Oxford is the British variant of this. It's the posh accent, right? I'm thinking that the American version of that should be called the Cambridge or Cambridge accent. Nope, that might still be. I'm not familiar with geography. I'm just going to come out and say it. I'm pretty sure I just spat out another British university. Oh, Dang it. Curse you, Jinkelberg. Mr. Raspy says ingredients: cake, 200 grams all-purpose flour, 200 grams of sugar, 60 grams of cocoa powder, 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, half a teaspoon of half a teaspoon of baking soda, half a teaspoon of salt, 2 eggs, 120 grams of peanut butter, smooth, 120 milliliters of milk, 120 milliliters of hot water, 80 milliliters of vegetable oil, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, vanilla peanut butter frosting, okay, 200 grams of peanut butter, 120 grams of softened butter, 200 grams of powdered sugar, 2 to 4 tablespoons of milk, adjust for texture. Steps, and then it goes through the list of steps of, preheating the oven to 180 degrees Celsius. Oh, well, there it is right there. 180 degrees C, you're getting a burnt cake. Well, no, maybe not. That's like what, 325, 350 in Fahrenheit, roughly? Maybe not. Line a round cake pan with baking paper, mix dry ingredients in a bowl, flour, sugar, cocoa, baking. Yeah, so odd. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, yes, Cambridge is indeed a UK university. Dang it. Although we could call it the latter word that you said, not the former. Let me think. Hold on. We could call it a Harvard accent. That's what I'm looking for. Destructus says Cambridge is a university named after the land in the UK. Yep. Like I said, I watch British math YouTubers. I should know. I should definitely know for sure. That was my mistake. Yes, Harvard is an American university, so we could call it the Harvard accent. Mr. Jason, also Mr. Coin, do you like how I purposely contradicted yourself in your AI message? Let's see. 100%, 99.9%. Yeah, like, if you're wrong, well, exactly. Well, actually, Mr. Coin, if you watch them, you would know that it is maths. Here. Dang it. That said, we've been staring at Beatles cricket facts for too long. Let's get out of this screen, shall we? Since you're the proud new owner of a restless cricket, here's a neat fact. Restless cricket babies look almost identical to adults. The trick to telling them apart is that the babies can't fly. Yay! Thanks again for your business. Oh. Okay, I guess we don't need to buy this. And yes, I want to sell bright bloom seeds. We got 999 of those tiny ones. And I really desperately need to pick up more. I want to pick up more. Mr. Coin says, coin and restless. I can be a bit of a restless individual, yeah. That sound is definitely not going to get annoying for anyone. Destructus says, they just literally struck rock bottom in the depths. Literally, you broke all your bones. Not great. Oh, rock bottom. Oh yeah, they're like chasms and absolute limits. Is this which game? I assume we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom here, and not like a different game. Just want to make sure I'm not like interpreting it like wrong. Yes, I know, the British and their math. We call it math because math is a plural word for us. You guys, like, refer to maths singular. Yeah, I'm aware. I know the parlance well enough. All right, we have... No, I don't want to sell. Wow, they have quite a bit of input delay. Like, you really cannot mash buttons through any of these business. As a thank you for your business, I got some extra words of wisdom for you. No charge. Did you know that some folks think bugs are scary? That's natural. They might not know about bugs, and the unknown is scary, but if you pay attention and get to know them, you'll see how amazing they are. It's against Beetle's life philosophy to hate things without giving them a chance. But I don't think you're like that. Okay. Sure. Destructus says, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, you're kind of stuck. You got stuck in the game. Help. Fast travel? Can you fast travel out? Or did you fall into the depths without the ability to do that? You should have been able to do that, but it's certainly possible that you did that. Mr. Jason says, Beetle says no charge, but expect a bill in the post. Indeed. The step was Destructus got stuck. Indeed. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to mark up some spots that are either wells or caves, and we're going to get right to work. If you guys want to follow along as we're exploring all these caves and such, do feel free. Do feel free to type in ! TotK MAP if you are on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, I could have swore the bot was activated, but let's see. I believe for YouTube it should be asterisk TotK MAP. That should get you the object map either way. Mr. Jason says, with Beetle, there's always a charge. Yes, I definitely see that. Exclamation mark appreciate coin. What is that command? Why doesn't that command work? I just haven't configured it into a command, and I don't know if that's really command worthy. Destructus says, no, you mean in real life? You got sucked into the game? Jumanji? Is that a Jumanji reference? I think that's a Jumanji reference. That's pretty funny. Thank you so much for the follow. I do keep follows I do keep follows on Twitch and subscriptions on YouTube, sound free, and annoyance free. So it's definitely for the people that either lurk or have something else they want to do, blah blah blah, or they just don't want to, cause a disruption. I totally understand that. But thank you. Please do enjoy the lovely emotes and other privileges that come along with your stay. And now we get back to marking these cave placements. There aren't too many. There actually just aren't a whole lot of holes in Rabella in the first place. There are some, but this is kind of a small region. There's really not that much going on. Is that... Can I use that as like a towel? I don't think so. Where it's like it's clearly broken or whatever. I don't think so. We went into the village well. I don't know if we actually explored it, so we're gonna go in there for realsies. There's probably one here that I can just see. And there's one maybe here. That might be like a hole. And there's one right around here. Okay, so with that, why don't we build ourselves a nice hover bike and take it for a ride. And one of these. Hello. That was a very strange turn of events. Welcome on in, Aylin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. We're just about to go flying into some caves, and I'm sure we'll find things to ram in the meantime. You've caught us in on the tail end of cleaning up in the Rabella Wetlands. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, Aylin says, me looking for bitches to ram be like. Yeah, yeah, that do be a statement. Too true. Mr. Coin says, or Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, a few days ago you had a spur of the moment experience when you were out buying some cough lozenges. That you buy, and you decided to go to your local card shop, card factory, and you bought $23 worth of Christmas cards. Oh. Here it is. It's right here. More than 2 months early, and someone's birthday card. Nice. Let's go ahead and fire up the Bright Bloom Seed Mobile, and let's get this show on the road. And while that's happening, I can finish reading some messages. Yes, I definitely, we will be ramming something at some point. Mr. Jason says, or Mr. Esby says, we'll be back very well. Hopefully things go smoothly in that case. Mr. Jason says, Aelin doesn't want you to ram things, Mr. Coin. Aelin wants you to specifically ram, bitches. Indeed. Aelin says you went to the book barn again today. Nice, nice. What book? Or did you get any more great deals on books? Aelin says, I got a book called What Would Skeletor Do? That is a really bad Skeletor impression. Mostly because I'm not super familiar with Skeletor, but I think if I remember my He-Man lore correctly, he's got this pretty seedy voice. Like the evil villain voice. Mr. Rasby says the book brothel. Now, wouldn't that be something? A book brothel. Oh, the waterfall is gone. No, it's not gone. It's always been like that, but still. There used to be like an actual legit fall here, and now it's gone. Weird. Let's see. Mr. Rasby says, curtained rooms provide solace to the broken and weary alike. Is that a Darkest Dungeon reference by chance? That sounds like a Darkest Dungeon reference. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, a brothel but targeted for nerds? I mean, there's nothing wrong with brothels just having libraries in them. Bitches be succubi. Yeah, that would be bad. Mr. Resby says, and most bitches wearing glasses. Oh, that's just the librarian experience, my guy. Oh, right. We're not going to be getting anywhere with that. Let's try that again without, wasting a bunch of charges in a damp cave. Remember, when a pregnant woman swims, she's a human submarine. What? That reminds me of this, really saucy joke in World of Warcraft. So the joke goes something like, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was like, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, and the joke then goes, I said, relax, man, you're too tense. I know. A really, just a really saucy, maybe not quite right joke. But it was a joke the game made nonetheless. World of Warcraft's a relatively old game. Times were different back then. If you know what the joke is talking about, you know. If you don't, cool. Probably better if you didn't. But if you're an adult, it shouldn't be that hard to, parse together. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, my friend said I'm going to chop off the bottom of one of your trouser legs and put it in a library. I thought, that's a turn up for the books. Oh my goodness. I'm not even sure I fully get the joke, but I'm gonna give it some due applause anyway. I know, I'm such a Rolodex for this stuff, it's not funny. Oh, this is like a real bona fide stronghold. Why can they see me all the way back there? Alright. Oh, come on then. Show me you mean business, Mr. Bokoblin. And maybe, we're lucky. But I don't think so. Trousers, but a brothel with books in it as like, and that's like the core feature of the thing is that there are books. I don't know about the brothel part, but just a different looking library that I could get behind. Let's see, do I want to like, I guess I'll pull it out of the chest and drop it. Mr. Resby says books and bitches. Oh my god. That would be an awful first name for that. That would be a terrible first name for that. And maybe, you know, maybe the boots, bridles, and breeches store can go right next to it. I don't know. Come from DD to, oh god, to BB. Enjoy the joke. We're all kind of cracking it up today, aren't we? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Yeah, exactly. There's an ad storm off in the distance, everybody. It's about 5 minutes out. So, you know, tighten your seatbelts, batten down the hatches, and let's get to the shilling, shall we? First, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I think we're gonna have a good time today. You know, given how much we're cracking it out here. But if you guys like my content, you like my audience, or you like me, I think I'll start adding my audience to the list of things people should probably follow and subscribe for. Then, you know, follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help the content out. And if you hadn't done so, or you haven't considered doing so yet, and you're on YouTube, please leave a like for the video, and, you know, leave a comment. You know, let YouTube know you're human. I probably need to be wearing the anti-stick shirt. But those are just, like, that goes a long way to help me out. Like, I'm being so for real right now. Oh, I guess if we're going this way, then I want to put this back on. Anything else in here? Some things for sure, but maybe some, like, extra passageways. Anyway, we do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They last for about 5 minutes, or 3 minutes, excuse me. My God, 5 minutes is too much time these days. That's a total misspeak on my part. Anyway, there will be a timer above my head at the top of the hour, and once that timer hits 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up on the fantastic gaming, because I know that's what we're here for, and not for other stuff. I don't know how I made that, but I did. Let me catch up on messages here. Mr. Rasby says, I was wondering, good thing the voice I never heard before said the fact as you questioned yourself. Indeed. Sometimes... What the... No! Nope. I'm not letting that happen. Absolutely not. Alan says, I'm not human. I'm a Greek god. I'm not a baby. I'm a tumor. If you guys know the film reference, you know the film reference. 10 points to anyone who could get the film reference. Because it is a film reference for sure. Am I, like, coming into my own, I might be coming into my own humor here a little bit. I don't know. Maybe this is just like an aside for me, but I'm feeling a bit less inhibited today than I normally do. I don't know why. Like, I guess the closest, like, thing I could describe with that is, like, coming out of my shell, right? I feel less self-conscious, maybe? That's probably a better way I want to refer to that. I'm a bit less self-conscious today. Aelin says, Hellboy, you know it. The first one. Leave it to Aelin to get the movie references. It's like a really common, it's like a really common reference my family makes from time to time. It's not that we're Hellboy fans or anything. It's just more like something we know. Mr. Raspy says, ah, yes, therapy is working. I wish it were therapy, but honestly, I think it's just me coming into a realization more than anything else. But if that's what therapy lets you do, then, you know, that too. Why not? Aelin says, leave it to Google to get the movie references. Fair enough. Mr. Jason says, one of my friends had a girlfriend named Michelle. They were invited to a fancy... I will have to read that after our commercial break. So sorry about that. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me catch up on messages here and we can continue with gameplay. You know, maybe after I've re-enabled the ambient noise. I would have looked up the name of the... well, I guess I could have done that, but I was trying to get the setup for the hot peppermint tea done. I got everything assembled, but I ran out of time to actually make it before coming back. And I'm glad that I came back because I would have been late if I had even started the steeping process for the tea. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, one of my... oh, right. I was in the midst of reading that wonderful line when I ran out of time again. It seems to be a perpetual running gag at this point. One of my friends had a girlfriend named Michelle. They were invited to a fancy dress party, and he gave his friend a piggyback ride on his shoulders. Someone said, "What have you come as?" He said, "I am a turtle, and this is Michelle." I'm going to give that an applause. Oh, okay. No, I got it. I got it. Do enjoy your lurk, good sir. I hope like whatever you're going to do during your lurk goes smoothly. Mr. Jason says, "Welcome back, Mr. Coin." Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. And Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason wouldn't have minded if you were a bit late. Peppermint tea would have been good. I try to pride myself on not being late, he says, as he routinely seems to come back about 15 to 30 seconds late most of the time. But I do my best to, you know, have like a running schedule and everything. I think it's important that I am punctual for the consistency of my viewer base and everything. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says, "I've ordered some peppermint white hot chocolate after all." Well, if it's from Hotel Chocolat, I'm sure you will enjoy it. You usually do enjoy their products. Although, I guess... Link, I need you to not go up and down a ladder, buddy. I need you to pick one. Okay, let us go back and, like, maybe grab a... Oh, is this one of those? Ah, yes. I think we're gonna come out to a different part of the cave. There's no way that this is just the same place, but I didn't go all the way through it. But whatever. But have there been products that you've ordered from Hotel Chocolat, Mr. Jason, that you were not necessarily impressed or enthused with? You give it such high esteem, so I certainly wouldn't think so, but you never know. There are always exceptions. Mr. Jason says, "Mr. Coin, one does rather love the scale of pricing for Hotel Advent, for Hotel Chocolate Advent calendars at Hotel Chocolat. £8 and 95 pence, 13 pounds and 95 pence. 29 pounds and 95 pence, 50 pounds and 80 pounds. That's pretty even scaling, all things considered. At least it's at least the prices either end in a 5 or a 0, so that's always a good thing. Mr. Jason goes on to say, "I have enjoyed all the products thus far, good sir." That's good. That's good. But most of the time, there's usually a stinker at a company that you're like an avid, loyal, like, customer for. There's usually at least some stinker somewhere. Maybe even not necessarily a stinker in the traditional sense. Just... yeah, this is definitely linked up. And I want to say it's linked up to the Kalora Lake Cave. We're going to find out. Alright, so we'll pick these up.
A tree. Grant me suck.
Thank you for that redemption, Aelin. Mr. Jason says, "Just like one has thoroughly enjoyed my time with Mr. Coin." Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I guess in my case then, I can go ahead and remove this, because this is the Mount Floria Cave, and there's the Mount Floria Cave there.
So we actually don't have anything. We don't have a reason to be in here, is what I'm discerning. And that's fine. I'd rather find out sooner rather than later that the cave we are dealing with is not necessary or crucial to the experience whatsoever. That means we can, Oh, actually, I am headed the incorrect path. We need to fix that. Yeah, I should have recognized where this is, if I'm being honest. And I'm surprised I didn't recognize it. Let's just grab this and then ascend and kind of, like, get out of here. Because we have our... I would warp out, but we have our hover bikes, so I kind of don't really want to do that if I can help it. I would rather find the exit, so to speak. I think this would be it right here. What? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I need to, like, look. Maybe I should be going underneath something. Yep. I knew. Leave it to the Floria, like, cave passages to get me scrambled. I bet it's, like, under here and I'm messing it up. Mr. Aylin says, you ever watch Geography now, Mr. Coin and Friends? Like, National Geographic, like that type of stuff? Can't say that I have. Well, I've not regularly. I've watched, like, some form of National Geographic, but... Not with any amount of regularity. Though I used to be a wonderful middle school student. And after I left middle school, I made friends, or what I think is probably like a friendly relations with a geography teacher. And she left me a whole box of, like, issues of National Geographic. I, of course, have kept them ever since. Like, I'm not like the most avid reader or anything, but I have kept them. I do want to read them at some point, even if they are woefully out of date for everything. But I do at least want to read them and give them their due diligence. Aylin says, no, it's a show on YouTube where they cover every single country. So kind of like a gazetteer or something similar, where they give you, like, an overview of the country. Then no, I've not watched that show, I'm afraid. Is it any good? I say show, but, like, YouTube series. Is the series any good? Taking a minute to just kind of rest my mouth. So, I'm thinking more about what sort of game I think I want the stream to experience when we're done with Tears of the Kingdom. And I usually make a running habit of playing a palate cleanser before we play the actual real thing. So I thought that maybe as like a bridge into something less serious, but also still kind of serious, I thought maybe we could play The Legend of Zelda: The Ultimate Trial, a ROM hack / ROM mod for Ocarina of Time. It's pretty good. It's got a 1.2 update that was out pretty recently. I thought that would be a nice bridge to, like, tide us over before we get into the next game proper. That way people have a bit more time to, like, discern or consider the, like, non-Zelda stuff if we do move away from that. Or when we do move away from that, when the vote concludes and everything. Because so far, the votes are people have pretty much just given me streamer's choice on that. There's plenty of time for that to change, of course, but like I want to say right around 50% of the total votes have come up streamer's choice, which I'm pretty enthused about. But you know, if people suddenly were like, I really want you to go back and finish Baldur's Gate or whatever, you know, I would also do that, no problem. I'm glad everyone is voting too. I think it's the most... having such a long vote item has basically given us like a record on voting items that have had the most votes on them. Speaking of voting items, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can't chill the Discord real quick. Let me move up into the... let's clear that queue. But we run a vote item. We run vote items on our Discord. It's like my main gimmick that I try to do. It's this one. We want to test trigger. Oh, well, the bot kind of beat me. Well, no, the bot didn't beat me to it. Okay, hang on. Trying to figure out why this is a problem. Let's see. Let me try the trigger one more time. And I wonder if I have to, like, do a pending action or something. No. Interesting. I'll definitely have to figure out why I can't demonstrate commands on YouTube properly. But thank you for the assist on that, Mr. Jason. We do vote on things on our Discord server. As, like, the primary gimmick that we have. Let me go ahead and keep things moving. I don't think so, my guy. I have lots of channels on my Discord, and of course, you know, onboarding is free and automatic. You only need to grab bonus rolls if and you're so interested. Come along, good sir, right this way. Bye. We also have other things on our Discord server as well. We have, you know, we have places to post.
Here, you ungodly cur.
Indeed. Oh, we got a bomb barrel spear, which we should probably definitely use. Let's see. You could probably throw it too. Nice. Except not nice. Yeah, we have places to post pictures. We have places to... I don't think I want to waste bombs on this. Stop moving. Anyway, we have a general chat. We have places to post pictures. I release thumbnails to you guys, you know, after the stream is finished. Additionally, you know, if you do chuck change at me, you get to see the thumbnails ahead of time. Isn't that neat? I try to release them somewhere between an hour and 24 hours before the stream is due. I want to see what this chest has, because this is a one-time chest. Knight's Broadsword Halberd. No thank you. I'm gonna drop all of that. Not interested. But we can get out of here now. We have the bubble frog, or the bubble gem. I surely hope we're gonna find our good friends at night that take these bubble gems like real soon. I would love to get rid of some of them. But yeah, boom booms. I just wish they were boom booms directed at enemies. I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest. I also just didn't want to destroy valuable loot, especially with like roast meat nearby or like prime rib. Wanted to save that. Mr. Jason says Super Mario Maker 2 has boom booms. Yeah, they're literally and figuratively. Frick. Nice. Yeah, they do have boom booms. People don't play around with boom boom nearly often enough. And also, where is it Pom Pom? I think Pom Pom might be the related sister, right? Now, why aren't people playing around more with those? In troll levels, I guess because, you know, Super Mario 3D World is just not. I guess it's not as much of a ripe medium for trolls, I guess is what I'll probably say. Or it's less understood. Could be that too. I'll take a sturdy wooden stick, sure. Oh, right, we went in here, but... Oh, there's a picture? We could take a picture of this. Let's do that. Alan says, I think they're annoying. Wait, that's the point? Yeah, just the bit. That is supposed to be the point. A fisherman's tool that excels at catching large fish. Its particularly sharp spearhead makes it valuable as a weapon as well. Mr. Jason says, this village keeps luring you in, eh? Do we want to... Okay, I don't think there's anything more here. I think we're good to go. So we're just gonna grab the palm fruit and get out of here. Yeah, see? Exactly. The grown-worthy dad joke puns, right? Everyone loves them. Insert eye roll here. It's all in good jest. It's all in good, clean fun. Let's see. It's like... No, okay, we're on the right level. I need to think about that a second. And I think once we get this, like, last cave done, we'll go and, get that quest done for Lurelin Village. We need to bring a new boat back and everything. Come on, Link. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Swimming, swimming. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, what's up, Mr. Jason? Mount Dunsel Cave. Oh, that's gonna be fun, I suppose. Nice job, Tulin. Many, many powerful headshot. Love that for me. Mr. Jason says in 14 days you should receive your physical copies of the of Rosalina's storybook that you pre-ordered and paid in full long ago. Nice. That's awesome. Especially, you know, just given the shipping delays and the flight delays and cancellations these days. I'm really quite happy that you're getting I'm gonna upgrade this to that and go from there. Yeah, I'm really happy for you. Because I know that, you know, waiting for stuff to be pre-ordered is getting to be a real bit of a slipshod issue. Welcome on in, Mr. Clabus. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys don't know who Mr. Clabus is, he is a fellow content creator like myself. He works really hard on the games that he streams and the content that he makes. I see that the last game there was Friday the 13th. Same deal as last time, I suppose. Probably the modded server, if I remember right. But Mr. Clabus says, doing good, nothing much? Good, good. Glad to hear it. Getting sleepy here, but you're to watch the state of play today? Oh, nice. The PlayStation state of play, right? Do I have that correct? Mr. Jason says, honestly though, Mr. Coin, it's another one of those things where I'll open one of them, say, that's nice, and then store it away somewhere. Yes, that is kind of the, point with collections, yes. Mr. Clabus says, yeah, state of play in Japan. Ooh, nice. With Japanese-focused games. I hope there are some gems in that. And hopefully some of those gems make their way to the West, too. That would be, really nice. Because the Japanese make great games. Their corporate policy leaves something to be desired, but they really have a fine sense of artistry for their craft. Mr. Clabus says From Software seems to be there. Ah, that's nice. So maybe we'll get more updates on either potential new releases or remasters. Maybe a certain game in the Soulsborne franchise that constitutes the second half of that portmanteau name. Yes, Bloodborne. Here's to hoping there's a remake or a remaster. I would be just fine with a remaster given how polished Bloodborne already is. I really don't think there would be much to remake at all. Mainly like graphics or like soundtrack arrangements or something else similar. Just gonna pop that open, and then we're going to do this. Okay, now we do the same thing to this one, right over there. Bloodborne might be one of those games that I'd be willing to spend actual real moolah to get. You know, even with the gym membership and everything that I'm trying to save up for. Mr. Clabus says, but yeah, it's 40 minutes long. Some of the publications got leaked. Some of the pubs got leaked who's there. So we kind of have an idea of who's on the itinerary. Good. Mr. Jason says, have you heard of the Nintendo game, Nintendo 3DS game Kid Icarus Uprising? Yeah, I watched Chucka Conroy play it, actually. That was a really good series. I'm surprised I even remember that. We're just gonna drop this and grab the previous shield. Back when it released in the UK, for some odd reason, it was pulled from sale at Game UK due to an issue that you can't remember. They had some AR card pre-order packs that they could not give away, that they could now not give away with pre-orders. I had a friend there that offered you a pack, and to that day, it's brand new and sealed. Oh, I bet that's probably worth a lot of money. And maybe the employee, you know, a bit of grief, a bit of trouble. That totally doesn't sound like they're like, if you ever decided to sell that there wouldn't be issues that arise from doing so. But State of Play Japan sounds nice. I'm looking. I'm gonna be keeping my eye out. Are you doing like a live react or watch to that, Mr. Clabus? Merely curious, of course. I know a lot of streamers that do like live reacts to stuff like that. You know, provided it doesn't like doesn't tread on terms of service too incredibly much. You do kind of have to talk over stuff like that if you intend to do it. Mr. Clavis says, nah, you won't do it. Too lazy. Fair. Totally fair. I'm sure some content creators are doing reacts to it, though. That's probably a great way to, like, find it for free, assuming you don't find, like, the official live stream or something. And maybe that's not so much directed at Mr. Clavis as it is, like, you know, general audience. You guys know the meme. Country girls make do, right? Country girls make do, and so too do the pirates of the sea. We all make do with the things we find for free. I have been on a bit of a roll today, not gonna lie. I've been cracking up a lot more jokes than is expected. Am I about to find that there's a second cave opening? I think we're about to find out there's a second cave opening. Team Ninja's also there. Oh, like Neo, right? I believe Team Ninja did that. Neo, some like they worked with some companies for like Devil May Cry or oh, I think Team Ninja did Metroid Other M. Now that I'm thinking on it. Mr. Clabus says Neo 3. Yeah, I thought as much. Glad to see my memories in working order today. And this was after a bumpy start this morning. Yeah, here's to hoping they announce a new game. Just gonna... Come on, Link, get up there. He can do it. I really want to get the rest of the, like, you know, like a lovely frog suit here. That's gonna make climbing just so much easier for us. Wait, this has to be going toward, this has to be going towards a cave entrance. Drop that. Pick up this. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, well, not the pre-order pack, as that specifically... Oh, okay. Okay, I had to read a second to make sure I wasn't scrambling my brain. While not the pre-order pack, as that specifically had 24 Kid Icarus Uprising AR cards, the Club Nintendo pack sold for £47.92 on the 12th of September this year. Nice. I see you over there, Mr. Rock Like. Absolutely not. Oh, right. I need to, like... I think shocking it might work if I back up some. Oh, it does work, but it doesn't produce that same, like, state. I actually have to, like, shoot it twice. Like that. Okay. Man, these things are totally a... I would really like some more arrows video game and not more weapons. Nope. This is getting dropped. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Yep, get out of there. I feel like I've gotten pretty proficient at combat in this game. It's not that hard to pick up. Like, it's really not. The big thing is just getting used to, you know, getting used to your reaction times. Like, the reaction time is something to consider. I am going to drop... Actually, I might keep both of these. Having 2 snipe bows might be nice. Mr. Clavis says 2 of them are pretty Nintendo-friendly publishers and developers. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Nintendo's a big company, right? You know, they have a lot of financial power. They're sticking their fingers into the movie world proper, and turning over a pretty penny as a result, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. Mr. Klebus says, I wonder if Sony is taking the Nintendo route. I hope not. Although I guess it would depend on what you meant by the Nintendo route. If you mean getting all Sue happy with bad corporate policy, God, I hope not. Otherwise, this world is well and truly cooked. At least the gaming sphere would be well and truly cooked. If it's more like the getting big IPs, getting a bit of a resurgence, then yeah, I do hope that. You mean giving their IPs to third-party devs? Nintendo doesn't usually give too many of its IPs to third-party devs, to my knowledge. It's more like third-party publishers can, like, borrow Nintendo's IP with some stipulations. But I do get what you were going for there. The one that comes to mind for me is Bayonetta. Bayonetta is an example of a game series that Nintendo now has that an original different publishing team originally had. You'll notice that Bayonetta was not available in a whole bunch of consoles past one. Bayonetta is a game series that was developed by Platinum Games or Platinum Publishing. I forget exactly which one, but there are 3 total games plus like a typical, like a prototypical fourth that serves as a precursor to the first. And Platinum Games was like independent for sorry, my brain didn't totally short circuit there. Platinum Games was kind of its own thing, and then Nintendo gave them a pretty good deal, and they went Nintendo exclusive, I think. I don't know if 2 is exclusive, but I have 3 on my Switch. Probably not the most apropos example. That's what that reminds me of is stuff like that. Let's see. I think I read the previous one. Third-party devs. Also, rumors Sony will have cheap PS5 region lock for Japan. Nice. It seems like Sony is kind of building up some goodwill. Sure hope it stays that way. Mr. Klebus then goes on to say, you mean more like third-party devs building games for Nintendo or Sony? Yeah, okay, that's making... Yeah, I get where you're going for now. Yeah, I would agree. There are a lot of publishers that are, teaming up with Nintendo and Sony to make IPs. Cue the list of games that I could totally, talk about between the two companies. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you managed to pre-order 2 physical copies of Bayonetta a few years back from the My Nintendo Store UK, and since that someone's sealed copy hit £190 and 2 pence on eBay on the 2nd of October. Nice. That has to be like the original Bayonetta, like Bayonetta 1. That's the only one that I could think of that would be... Oh, wait a second. That's not right. I know, because I did a giveaway for Bayonetta 2. No, they did. I imagine they would start making the game after they bought up, like, Platinum Games or whatever. That makes sense. It is, yes? Yeah, okay. That answers the question. Makes a lot of sense. Now, let's see if we can't find this other, part of the cave, because I'm quite sure we're gonna find our way to this, totally not identical cave system. I heard that. I heard that. What? No, I wanted to throw the dazzle fruit, thanks. eBay item number 146637 535154, Mr. Coin. Nice. I'm surprised you were able to find it and that it hadn't been sold out. Yeah, original copies of Bayonetta, like, sell for a pretty penny. What can I say? I believe I have like the an original Xbox copy. I also have, I want to say I have a digital copy on my Nintendo Switch as well, because I bought Bayonetta 2 for the Nintendo Switch. I do remember that. God, that was years ago. I want to do another giveaway, but man, oh man, do I just not really have the money for that. Not like I used to. And I would have to do some serious maneuvering to make it work. Just gotta knock down a few of these. And swim through. What's up, Mr. Jason? But it sounds like there are many good things that'll be coming out of the, you know, state of play, and I trust that, you know, it'll be worth everyone's while to watch. I hope the game companies continue to do what they do best and make video games in a time where, you know, the world is very, very dire. Just very dire, where it sort of seems like everything is going to literal hell in a handbasket. Frick. Oh, I think okay, yep, got it. Oh, hello. Mr. Jason says, I made friends with someone who used to work at Rising Star Games when they were working on Harvest Moon, The Lost Valley. Nice! And you somehow managed to get it approved to where you were sent 2 of the dog plush, but this one was a massive one? Oh, that's nice. Harvest Moon is so sad now. I really truly am. Alan, this one's for you. I'll use up a few more bombs. We have plenty of them. Like, what was it? Well, Rising Star Games, but... Oh god, I forget the company that made you know, I forget the company that made Harvest Moon, like conceptualized it. I know it's like an old company that's moved to mobile games these days. I'm like, it's totally just slipping my mind, but it's so sad that they moved to mobile, and then I think that company just died. Mr. Jason says, this seems to be a common thing with you, Mr. Coin. Mr. Coin? I mean, if you make connections, you make connections. There's nothing wrong with that. You just see, Mr. Jason goes on to say, I just seem to know people in the right place. For example, Mr. Coin, you had a friend who worked at Nintendo UK a few years back as well. Yeah, it's making connections, talking to people. That's totally fine. I know some people that would probably be absolutely resentful of that. And I guess it's like a combination of jealousy and envy, right? And maybe a bit of frustration. But being well connected is usually there's usually never anything wrong with that. Although it could always be used for ill too. It's not just the Mount Dunsel Cave. Okay, so that's one less place we have to worry about. We can go ahead and remove both these pins. 2-for-1 deal. all we have to do is go over here. Actually, trying to think about how I want to do it. It actually would probably be better if we went and flew. That's what I think I'm gonna do. And then we can find these caves or we can find the depths, get the light roots, and then we can begin clearing out the many spawns of Phantom Ganon that I've marked over the coming month, or over the past several months. If you guys like flying, you guys will really love this part. I quite enjoy this activity in Tears of the Kingdom. I enjoy it lots. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, back when the My Nintendo Store UK first opened up pre-orders for The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, he pre-ordered a bundle from them that came with a wall scroll. Nice, nice. At first he thought, I doubt that this will be much. But then it turns out that it's quite premium. Oh, does it sell for a pretty penny, or is it valuated at a certain, at a deliciously, surprising amount of money? I want to be careful. Also, do we have like a... I know we have like a cheap stamina food that we could probably have here. Actually, no. Not at all. Mr. Jason says, no, premium is as it looks and feels nice. Ah, okay. Cool. It even comes with its own drawstring bag. That's always nice. So you can carry it with you and show it off. That's really nice. Okay, we can probably glide down. Oh, and gliding like this does not cost any stamina whatsoever, which is always, like, really nice. Mr. Jason says, unlike the Pokemon Legends Z crossing over with McDonald's figurines from last month. Oh, are they... leave it to children's toys. Leave it to McDonald's to produce really, like, awful collabs with IPs and such. Right over here. Now, is it going to be toward the bottom? Yeah, I believe so. Really? Interesting. Do we... I'm gonna look and see if we maybe... We don't ascend. Interesting. What is this? Is there a different cave somewhere else? No, there's only one cave on the map. Mr. Jason says it wasn't a collab with McDonald's. Oh, okay. I missed a bunch. Mr. Jason says, they're, alright, I guess. They look like they have that quality to them. Yeah, I just... You can just tell McDonald's is not known for being a particularly good purveyor of, crossover or... What? Why was that having issues? I'm willing to bet this is gonna take us on top, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. I'm not sure what to do with this one. There's not really like another... Now, what do I do about that? Are these like pointing to something? I think they might be. Hold on. I'm gonna like, do something really silly here. Let's see if I can make something like this work. What I want is... yes, one of these. Hold. We're gonna take out our lovely gnarled long stick, and we're gonna fuse this thing right to it. Okay, that doesn't really work. We're gonna get rid of that. Was worth a try, though. I think we're just gonna have to attach a fan to this. Come on, Link. You can totally just put the fan in the water. It's not that hard. And maybe like a steering stick? Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, and I think maybe if I stand up here... Nice. I totally don't love falling into things. Mr. Jason says, I really dislike that the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Master Sword of Resurrection figure that came with the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild limited edition in the UK and Europe, Mr. Coin. It looks and feels quite premium. Like the Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom wall scroll, but my goodness, even a slight breeze would snap off the sword or the flower. The sword is basically snapped off again. Hey, look, it's a old heirloom type item. You don't put those under like huge amounts of scrutiny. It's like right here for sure. It's gotta be. I think what I want to do is probably let's kind of like turn around. Welcome on in, Grey Z1T. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are just about to make our way inside this cave and hopefully get ourselves another Misko's treasure. Hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma, and if you don't mind my asking, just gonna like do this little tiny increments at a time. Hopefully, if you don't mind my asking, really? It seems like I should just be able to go through that. Why can't I? There's something more to this cave than I realize. But like I was saying, if you don't mind my asking, Gregy, how familiar are you with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a game you've played before? Are you relatively new to it? Have you beaten it multiple times? Just curious. I always try to ask my incoming audience this question and get a good sense of like where to steer conversations, what kinds of spoilers to avoid, and so on. Mr. Jason says, I would much rather the sword have snapped off again than the flower, though. Mr. Coin, that flower is awful to glue back on, no doubt. I wonder if we need to, like, fly. I wonder if that's gotta happen somehow. Grey G says, got it since it came out? Ah, so you've had it a long time. Do you generally enjoy Tears of the Kingdom? Or is it a game that's like, I like it well enough, but there are definitely games I prefer more than Tears of the Kingdom, which is totally fine, but again, it's all about asking about that level of experience. Okay, there's definitely something about this cave that I'm not really sure what's happening. I guess also while we're here, we might as well go out to Todoko Island and grab ourselves a boat. I've been meaning to do that. And yeah, Mr. Jason was also giving a precursory welcome as well. And yes, in all capital letters, Mr. Jason says, "What is the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Mr. Coin? I've been watching for almost 2 hours and all that I see is Lionel Bullying Simulator." Well, that is a joke that is very much in jest, I'm sure. But for those that are perhaps listening or tuning in and you know, they're like, what the heck am I looking at? The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is a action adventure game with a huge robust story that takes place in the land of Hyrule. And I mean, if you've played Breath of the Wild, you know, you sort of have a good idea of what to expect, but, well... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the warning for the 5-minute commercial break, or the 3-minute commercial break. My goodness, my brain is getting super scrambled right this second. But we do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They last 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head on the screen at the top of the hour, and when that timer reaches 0, I will be back at my desk. We can get back to the gaming, the thing that we actually care about. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel out for free, to help the channel grow. And of course, you guys being here and watching is more than enough for me. But if you do feel like being financially generous and chucking some change at me because you really enjoy my work or whatever, I'm totally really appreciative of that. I have tons of benefits to go along with it. Whether you do that through Twitch, which I don't recommend in earnest unless you just primarily watch things on Twitch. I recommend my Patreon or Coffee links instead, available in the link tree underneath the video player on Twitch, bottom right-hand corner of the banner, or in the description on YouTube at the bottom is a Linktree link that has links to my Discord, Patreon, Coffee, Twitch, and the whole works. The whole works. I release thumbnails in advance. We have places to look at all the commands. We share pictures with each other. All of that and more can be found right on the Discord. I'll let you guys dig around and mess around with that stuff if and you so desire. I don't want to impose that. I don't want to impose on anyone because I know money is tight, and I know that's kind of getting to be an old statement. Like, come on, where's the Patreon link? Where's the shill for that? I know people are getting real tired of that. But if I don't take the time to say it here, there might be problems, you know, later on. Or there really isn't a better time to shill it than right before the commercial break. Let me catch up on chat, and then we can keep going. Because I really don't have much else I want to add to that shill. I want to keep those short. Mr. Jason says the trigger word for that command for me now is when you say Discord. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. And nothing has changed on the YouTube side, so we're good there. Please tell me... Oh, this is so slow. This needs more fans. Way more fans. I missed a bunch, Mr. Coin. I do see that, yes. Sorry. Mr. Jason says alternative. All that I see is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, now with more Korok seeds. No. No. I think I might go insane if I do that. I'll start laughing like that, non-ironically. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, I still remember the thank you for saving me. Here's the 100 rupees. Also, buy my fish. NPC, yeah, we literally found him behind a boulder. Yeah, I do remember him. He's amazing. The audacity to sell immediately after you've been rescued is certainly an audacity indeed. Grady, thank you so much for the like and subscription. I really appreciate that. I do hope that you come to continue to enjoy your stay as well as the content. I keep all the notifications for that stuff quiet so that there's minimal disruption. Plus, I can get in trouble with Twitch if there are alerts for YouTube. I hate that Twitch is like this, and I'm hoping that the hot water that Mr. Clancy has landed himself in will have opened the way to some more amenable policies. But we'll have to continue this discussion after our commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Certainly it's not advertisements. I know that much. Nobody likes being advertised to all the time. So sorry about that. Thank you, Grey G. Much appreciated. Let me catch up on chat messages here, and we can keep right on going. Mr. Jason says the audacity to sell after you rescue him is certainly fishy. A regular bona fide spinster. Grey G, since you said you had a small channel, what, if and you don't mind asking, and please treat this as explicit permission, what do you do with your small channel? What sort of content do you make, if anything? Let's, and while we're carrying out that conversation, let's bring this boat. Actually, let's put more fans on this boat first, and then we can, like, think about doing other things. Let's see. It's, like, right here. 2 fans. Stack them one on top of the other. Like so. So then take those and put them on the back like this. Yeah, I think I've got that right. That should be good. Grey G says gaming and other things. Oh. What sorts of other things? But you're small though? No worries. I know I have an index card around here somewhere. 1 second. Sorry, I'm getting to be up there in age, so writing stuff down is more important than ever before. Not old, but 33 ain't young either. Let's see. I'll just write that down. Okay, I've written that name down. I will check out your channel at some point after my stream is finished. I've been meaning to do that with some other people whose names I wrote down, but I've been quite busy. Also, I guess I'll apologize for being late after coming back from break. I did have a bit of a... I did have to clean up a bit of a spell trying to get my peppermint tea finished. It took me 2 breaks to set up, but I was able to come back with some hot peppermint, or herbal peppermint tea. Crowned Frog is your channel name. 8A8. I'm sorry, A8A. Crowned Frog. Let me write that down. A8A. Okay. I've written down both, so I'll search like both channel names when I get the chance. I think I've mentioned this to my audience a handful of times, but I am now the proud owner of a tabletop campaign reboot. I do that in my spare time in real life. And I have a ton of things. I don't want to be heading this way, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. We want to turn around. Actually, I wonder if I want to, like, put these fans on the side rather than, like, in the back for extra maneuverability. Right, A8A at the end. Okay. Yep. Thank you for the clarification, Grey G. Got it. Much appreciated. Why did they stop moving? That's weird. I paused. I shouldn't have, We're gonna try changing this configuration and see if that works. I don't think so. I don't think it'll much matter, but worth a try. Something like, nope, that's not at all how that was supposed to be attached on. There we go, that's a bit better. Now that should help us out with maneuverability, maybe. Mr. Jason says, please do be careful, though. I know that some streamers dislike self-promo of channels. It's all good. Like, Grey-G didn't immediately come and say, you know, hey, I have a channel and I'm streaming right now and I'm doing this and that. There was lead up. There was conversation. I'm okay with that. But yeah, a lot of other streamers and content creators really don't like that sort of thing. So please do be careful. I would hate to see anyone get banned, or I would hate to have bad things happen to people over simple miscommunications. Grachy says you don't stream though. No, that's totally fair. I get that part. You make long form content, yeah, but that part is not what normally matters to other content creators. It's the shilling for content whatsoever. Again, this is moreover, you know, as you talk to other streamers, other content creators, it's things you should bear in mind for yourself. I'm fine if you do it here. Like, again, you and I chatted it up. You did not just come right in and say that you're doing X and you're doing it now and provide a link. You didn't do that. You weren't rude about it, right? I consider that stuff. A lot of other content creators or streamers don't consider that. They bristle and find it offensive. Mr. Jason says, fair, Mr. Coin. I know there was a lead up to me becoming, of course, an honored mod for you, Mr. Coin. That's true. That is true. The lead up did happen, I think, basically within a 2-day period, but you're right. There definitely was some lead up. Ugh. I feel like my sound's coming out of one ear. Might be time to replace the headphones again. Mr. Jason says, 2 days. Not the shortest time for me getting mod, but also not the longest. Indeed. Is that a boat? Hey, over here, and bring that boat. You found a boat for me. Thank you so much. Such generosity demands swift action. So if you just excuse me for a bit. So I need this part, and that goes there, I think. Get that out of the way. And yeah, no, maybe, yes, it's done. Mr. Jason says, my friend Twilight Blitz made me wait ages. Good job that I like him. Fair. Hey, I definitely was well within rights to, you know, make you wait longer. But I didn't want an opportunity like that to pass me by, so. Plus, you know, you and I got along already, and you seemed genuine at the time, and I'm glad that that's turned out to be true now, so it's a non-problem, right? Ta-da! What do you think? I'm gonna call this fine vessel the ever-lovely Mubs. In honor of your wife, huh? Also, great. Yeah, all good. Just don't want you to get... Yeah, exactly. Mr. Jason and I have, like, the same thought in mind here. We just want... We want you to be, like... We don't want you to get banned in other places. I like to consider myself a bit of a safe harbor for things like that. Something about giving it a name really makes it more important to me, Garini says. Here, take this. It's the least I can do after you help me reopen my store. Nice. This is a very rare thing that you can't buy anywhere. I don't sell star fragments either, but my shop does try to stock rarer things you can't find elsewhere, if I can. I take pride in my goods, so please come back to shop whenever you like. Away to trade, washed away. You gave a boat to Garini. He quickly rebuilt it as a trading vessel and reopened his general store. I will definitely, like, take snappies of any and everything. Maybe eventually I'll have enough materials to do some hunting for porgies and stuff off camera. I gotta really grind all these different, like, elemental fruit in order to make that happen. Okay, so we have a cave, the Kale's Cave. I have zero idea what to do with that. I don't know if there's something at Cape Kale's that I need to worry about. So we're going to take a flying machine and we're going to go all the way back there. Mr. Jason says, NPC thanks you. NPC gives you reward. And then the NPC says, hey, don't forget to come by from my shop. It did in fact happen again. You're right. It did happen again. Nintendo NPCs in general just have a bad habit of doing that. Oh. Nice. Okay, we put that out over the water. Filled, and we should be good to go. Link, come on, get up there. Thanks, buddy. Put a bright bloom seed on that, and we're good to go. Oh, I bright bloom seeded the dock. No! Mr. Jason says, I love how building Zonai vehicles freaks out NPCs. Nice. Grey G, since we're still kind of like halfway discussing like channel stuff, right? What sort of games do you play, if and you don't mind my asking? Is it like, you know, role-playing games or action-adventure games? A variety of stuff, or something more specific? Like, I'm curious. You have me curious. Yeah, this is probably a good time for me to mention a bit more about my channel while we are carrying out that conversation. For those who are tuning in, hi, my name is Coin, and I am an action-adventure and RPG enthusiast. So if you guys like Xenoblade Chronicles, Legend of Zelda, you know, Castlevania, Super Metroid, or Elden Ring, Dark Souls, or Final Fantasy, or some other games of a similar ilk, I think you'll really come to enjoy the channel, in my honest opinion, because I know that kind of thing is not too common in on Twitch. A lot of and or YouTube. A lot of people that are streaming they're either popular and they're streaming whatever the heck they feel like, or more likely what's happening is you know, they're streaming things like Fortnite or Rocket League. Speaking of Rocket League, Grey G says Rocket League. Oh, you guys want to get testy, do you? I don't think you guys want to be in that water. Bye. What was I saying? Yeah, Roblox, Rocket League, and Zelda. Why is everyone and their mother wanting to kill me? Can we, like, not? Wait, just wait until I get on this wooden platform, friend. I think you'll regret that. Okay, there's still a little bit of fall off there. Gotcha. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, Mr. Coin, I at least feel that our partnership is a prosperous one for both of us. I enjoy your content and can keep things running smoothly with you. I definitely appreciate that. And you are a much needed advisor for me in the TCC. I'd like to think so. I'm glad you think so. And the SBC. And hopefully anything else that you imagine in the future. Maybe, such as the Mafia server. All right, let's. What is the deal with this? Is this like a? I feel like there's a quest that is involved with this. This is like the last cave I need to figure out, and I think there's something that that is being barred by a quest. If I'm like, it just kind of ends here. There's nothing else. Mr. Jason says this puzzle really stumped me for a while, Mr. Coin. Do NPCs give you hints? That's the thing I'm probably going to ask about next. Do NPCs give you hints as to what to do with this? I don't know. That's totally fair. This might be one of those rare times I need to, like, look it up. You Googled the answer? Yeah, I probably need to do that. Okay, good. No, I was trying so hard to avoid that particular problem. Yep, this is going to be one of those rare times where I figure I Google what to do here. I can't, like, I'm met with a dead-end wall, and there's kind of no indication I can go anywhere. So while I can, like, ascend through the roof, like, sometimes these want you to ascend somewhere in specific. I also see that there is, like, a general area that these Misko's treasures are pointing to. That's also, like, a thing I consider when I'm looking at my surroundings. Like, they want us to ascend, kind of like... Maybe there's a way I can, like, do it like this. If, you know, the game would let me get all nice and situated. It feels like it wants us to ascend right through here. Because why else would it point us into nothing, right? Like, just a dead-end space in a wall. Link, I need you on the platform, buddy. But there's, like, no place to ascend to. What? What? Why? How? Okay, this what? What?
It's against the law.
It's just asinine.
Okay, I need to know. I've already been spoiled. I need to know. Who gives you a tip about that? Is there anyone that gives you a tip about this? Any NPC at all that gives you a tip about that? Because that's wild. That the correct answer is to whistle. That makes 0 sense. You referred to your above sentence. Just Google it. Okay, for the class, for our lovely class of senators, why don't we look at what Google has to say, shall we? This is the Cape Kale's Cliff Base Cave. I wanted to make sure I got the spelling on that right. Oh, wait a second. I know. Yup. Guys, if you recall, we had... Let me see if that's correct. Brothers Domidak and Prisson read you one of Misko's old manuscripts. It said, "A forgotten pirate cave lurks at the foot of Cape Gales. This cave right here, overlooking the Necluda Sea. The short, shrill song of wind through lips will open the way to my treasure." So, the shrill song of wind through lips means whistling. I never would have pieced that together. I'm gonna be really honest about that. That's kind of that's really clever. Also, I kind of hate it. That's kind of a... Oh, hello. Let's not do that. Bye. That's really clever. I have to give the game developers that, and it's my fault. That's the worst part. It's my fault. I totally forgot that this region had a cave tied to it. I didn't even think about it. Like, the cave never crossed my mind, or the quest never crossed my mind again. Also, we're gonna go back and grab our flying skiff, let's call it. Skiffs or boats, and we have like a small hover bike, so it's a skiff that can fly, a flying skiff. At least I say it correctly. There's this YouTuber I watch periodically, or like infrequently. His name is Weasel, and he's like he has a suited Weasel VTuber avatar. Come on, show me you mean business. And one of his, like, quirks in the past 2 years has been to mispronounce words on purpose. So he calls skiffs, skiffs, and chaos is chaos, and so on. I'm not doing a very good impression of that, because I literally had to make my mouth contort into the incorrect pronunciation, but, you know, that is what it is. But at least I pronounced the words correctly. And in all fairness to Mr. Weasel, it's not that he doesn't pronounce things correctly, it's that he deliberately chooses to mispronounce them for entertainment value, which I do find the pronunciations funny. I'll grant him that. I do find them funny. Trying to remember which one did I have the fierce deity sword stapled to? I think it was, yeah, it's this one. I could literally look at the component parts for that. Cool. Okay, so I'm guessing this pirate ship is where our treasure is, and probably up near the cap. Oh, it straight up tells us. Mr. Jason says, I don't really watch Family Guy that much. Fair, it'll rot your brain. It's good that you don't. But you still love how Stevie says, cool whip. Yeah, whip with an H, with the H sound instead, with the H sound pronounced. Oh. What? That can't be right. Yeah, because we would have completed a quest just now. I wonder if you gotta get up there and whistle again. You know, might as well just check and see every suspicious place that I could stand and maybe whistle. No, we're good there. What about here? Nope, I think that's quite literally just to get it open. And I'm willing to bet our treasure is probably back a bit further in the cave. I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay and or the commentary. I realize I kind of have the personality of a wet mop sometimes. I mean, I think I've gotten a bit better about that today, but I can be a bit stunted with delivery on like various bits of humor. You know, I don't always fill the airspace with something valuable to say. I perhaps don't talk about the game's lore all the time, especially for first-time playthroughs like this, where I only have a running recollection of the lore the game gives me, right? But you know, I hope this is a space where people can at least have a bit of fun and, you know, engage in a bit of you know, joke spinning, so to speak. I'm glad we have this, but there's supposed to be some treasure here for sure, and I don't know what to do with that. Mr. Jason says, coin stamp, home of the amazing content, actual spinsters, and the many sure-jans of coin. Oh my, that sounds like a... I know that that's like a real bona fide description, but... yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I think I have to, like, actually fetch the... I have to actually make a bridge to it. Let's do that. And that should be a sufficient distance to pull this to me. There we go, just like that. Oh, hold on. Okay, no. That is just... I thought that may have been like a broken portion of the ship, but it's not. Let's get to flying around and see if there are other places to like look around in here. Mr. Jason says, maybe one day Mr. Coin might tell us a joke that doesn't get sure Jan. One can hope. My impressions do not qualify, I am sure. That is like the closest thing I have to being funny without being, you know, recalcitrant about the jokes I tell. Methinks there might be like a crawl space type thing. You and Mr. Shiny are currently doing the heavy lifting, Mr. Jason goes on to say. Yep, I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. Part of it is definitely like being confident for sure, but some other part of it definitely has to be... some other part of it has to be, you know, I just don't make good jokes. Mainly because the things that I do would make a decent, halfway decent joke on are so incredibly cliche, it's not funny. Mr. Jason says, I enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy it. I promise I'm not a slave master when it comes to jokes either, for the record. I don't make demands of Mr. Jason or Mr. Shiny. We didn't come to an agreement, oh, I'm bad at humor, so you guys can do the humor and I'll take care of everything else. No, they do that. They make jokes of their own free will, and I could not be happier for that, you know, not even halfway implied arrangement. Okay, so our treasure chest is like... I don't want the treasure in this cave. It's cursed? Well, part of me really wants to see it now, just for the fact that it's cursed. I just actually have to find where the chest is. It's fine. I'm sure the chest is, like, in here. Maybe buried underneath some boxes. Let's see. Yep, I found it.
It's just asinine.
Tingle's tights. There was once a man who claimed to be the very reincarnation of a fairy. He treasured these tights, and so will you. After all, they're a rather rare find. Kulu Limpa. Hey, I said that it was cursed. They are, in fact, cursed. But, I think we only have one piece of the set. So it's not that cursed. For the real curse, we need, like, the actual bona fide complete set. That's the only way to truly complete the curse. I mean, the armor isn't as cursed, in my honest opinion, as it really isn't as cursed as having Link wear them. Like, Link wearing the tights is way worse. Nice. I believe I'm going to need to... Oh god, I hope I didn't mess this up. I might need to, like... let me figure it out. What's up, Mr. Jason? There should be a wooden platform around here I can use. We just gotta get to it in time. Gonna have to eat food. I would... Actually, it might be better if I don't. Hold on. Mr. Jason says, back when you were at college, we often celebrated different cultural events. That's cool. One day was Jamaican hairstyle. I said, I'm dreading it. Oh... yeah, that's kind of funny. Oh man, that's getting the Dimitri laugh though. Okay, I have to actually make a platform and turn this wretched thing around again. All right, let's get out of here now that we have laid treasure. You solve the riddle and obtain the treasure. Nice. Do 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 do. Sorry, I was doing the Dragon Quest 11 like quest completion chime, which is like a pretty nifty little chime if I do say so myself. But now that we're out of here, we have completed all the caves. So now we have 2 chasms to go do. Exactly 2 of them. And I'm going to take the opportunity to dive into that chasm right over there on Eventide Isle, because I happen to know that that is a distended area all by its lonesome. You guys have been wondering, where the heck is the object on that thumbnail? Why hasn't he visited there yet? It's because we needed to complete the caves first. I'm pretty sure that that particular area is down here in this chasm. And I cannot wait to show it to you, along with like a handful of other things. I also fervently believe we are now more than ready to take on all the remaining Colosseums, excuse me, including the one under underneath Hyrule Colosseum ruins. Okay, so I think if we drop this down here, and it dissipated. That's what I thought would probably happen. What we can do here is we can mark these shrine locations. And get to moving around. A couple of these we've already done by virtue of being in this location, or there's not really much. Yeah, actually there are only four shrines in this area. Mr. Jason says, I really do love Mr. Coin content. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're gonna light this area up. And then we're going to make sure the correct map is swapped to. Hey, we have two Phrenic bows. I might as well use one of them. Okay, before we enter the Colosseum, first things first, let's light up this area so we don't have to worry about it. Oh, and we've also, I realize what these columns are now. It is a long distance. That is like a super long distance, actually. Yeah, these are, ascend columns. They quite literally take you, to various locations, like in a jiffy. Like, very specific ones, but that is their intended function, is right there. You guys will see what I mean. See? Look at that. That's all there is like a structure and a Colosseum down here. I told you this was isolated, and I meant that. It is, in fact, isolated. If we ascend through here, I should be right in saying it'll take us up to Koholint Rock on the actual, like, surface. Let's see if I'm right. Yep. I'm pretty sure I was correct. Now we descend back into the depths. Indeed, they take you to a point of interest. Yes, and I missed a message. Mr. Jason says, I can't wait for the 24-hour Breath of the Wild Korok seed stream. Oh no. Oh no, please no. I'm having internal conniptions thinking about that. Please no. I'm not even sure Age of Calamity is a sort of game that could be done in like 24 hours while getting all the Koroks. What's up, Mr. Jason? Unless I missed something else. No, because I read the joke. I read the appreciation statement before the Korok seed one. You found 100% in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Nice! I know that definitely wasn't easy, like actually internally mapping, you know, not internally, like actually mapping every location, could definitely have not have been easy, especially because movement is more limited in Breath of the Wild. Like, yeah, you can paraglide, right? But, you know, you're still limited by your own movement ability in that game, whereas here, you know, even though it's more complicated and more tedious, you can build yourself ships to, like, get around. Like, there are ways to move around way more quickly. Welcome back, Grey G. You've come in at just a good time. Hopefully things have been smooth for you since the last time we talked. But we're about to take on a Colosseum. Mr. Jason says we should fix your Breath of the Wild stats, Mr. Coin. I am perfectly okay if we don't do that. I am so close to 100%. I know what it is, too. There are just places I've not mapped. That's all it is. I've not mapped a couple of locations. Grady says, good luck. Thank you. I hope I won't need it, but I appreciate the sentiment all the same, though. Let's see. Yeah, okay. The entrance is like down here. I don't intend on it, Grey G. I have plenty of food for such a purpose. Let's see if I can get like a precursor as to what we're looking at here. Bokoblins? Looks like bokoblins. Yeah, we can sort of see the stuff that's in here. Let's just take a look around. We can kind of like cheat here. Goblins, okay, it's just bokoblins. Greasy says they're quite hard. Which one? The Lone Island Coliseum. I imagine the one that you're like giving me caution about. Greasy is probably let's see if I can find it. It is nope, it's like down here. This one right here. The actual like underground coliseum here, which I think has Lionels in it. Yeah, that one I know for sure is hard. This one is easy peasy. Mr. Jason says, surprised that the Mr. Coin hasn't mapped everything yet. I just wanted to move on, honestly, and I thought that 99.42% was a meaningful showcase of the 100% experience. It sounds like a very, very much a Mr. Coin thing to do. I try to do that, Mr. Jason, I do. Grey G says they did the Lionel one. Yep, that's what I thought that sentiment might be coming from, and I would agree. That one should be quite a bit harder, because Lionels are not a... It's going to sound disingenuous coming from me, but... I find Lionels to be not all that challenging. It just make a mistake and you're really gonna pay for it. Mr. Jason says that's in reference to what you showed. Right, the Lionel Coliseum makes a lot of sense. And additionally, I know I'm gonna show off a trick that makes these much easier. At least that they don't involve, at least if they don't involve certain enemies. Also, I'm gonna switch bows here. Ooh, these are gloom infested though. That could be a problem. But here's my trick right here. You just bop them over the head. Also, I want to be wearing the right gear for this. Welcome to the Barbarian set. If we were worried about our attacks not being punchy, they're certainly going to be punchy now. Okay, there are only 2 of them. I will totally let them come to me. One. And 2. I think we have like 3 or 4 waves. Okay, that one I might let the team handle while I pick up sweet loot. Come on. You thought you were gonna electrocute me with that? I'm afraid not. I don't want to waste a puff shroom on this. We can just fight it normally. I do not like that I got hit with an explosive arrow. That's awful. Okay, we're gonna leave them stunned. We're gonna get rid of you. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you've had the Nintendo Switch 2 now for over 5 months, and the size of the tablet still shocks me as to how big it is. Yeah, there are a lot of computer components in there, which makes a lot of sense. You can only stuff so many micro-sized components in there. At some point, you just have to increase the size to increase computing power. That's just a property of physics. Like, the less room that an electric current has to move through a piece of metal, like the more an electric current is quote-unquote squeezed into a tiny piece of metal, the slower that current travels. But the higher the amperage is as a result. Because you're increasing the pressure of an electric force as it's moving through a material. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Coin, I love how much faster the games load. There's a marked difference in loading times for sure. That's really nice. And look, I have no qualms about people enjoying their Switch 2s. I'm totally fine with that. Just and I'm not explaining this so much for Mr. Jason, but for other people, you know, I've made no secret of the fact that I really do not like what Nintendo has currently done. Now, in positive news, it's lost its patent approval here in the States for Pal World, so Nintendo can't bully it by a patent change midway through the court proceeding, which is nice. Because I love it when overgreedy companies take a huge L for something like that, and it's a well-deserved one too. Oh goodness, stretch! I probably am due for a stretching the servos redemption. You just actually get up and stretch and like move screens and everything. Midna's helmet. A helmet much like the one Midna wore when she fought alongside the hero Twilight. It's a rather rare find. Nice. If that's all there is, we can kind of just get out of here then. I don't think there's much left to do here. It literally only thing left is like an encampment. Which is like over here. So yeah, as far as you know, I would consider it, I'm gonna say this is good. We can like move on to the actual other chasm in the Meta Mountain. Mr. Jason says I don't like the Nintendo Switch game key cards. I mean, we can blame Steam for this one. I don't totally blame Nintendo for the key cards, but because they took the idea from Steam, where, you know, the Steam family library, they wanted to take notes and implement the better parts of the Steam library without, you know, implementing the worst parts of the family Steam library. But, oops, wrong suit of armor. I want that one over there. Why can't I put a pin there? I guess I'll put a pin in that general direction then. Still, I like it when greedy companies, you know, get knocked down several pegs, as Nintendo should reasonably be knocked down a couple of pegs for its, you know, not consumer-friendly practices. But even though I currently dislike Nintendo as a company, like a lot, I do not judge people for enjoying their Switch 2s. I don't think that's fair. And a lot of people pre-ordered a Switch, you know, with the only fiasco being, oh, hey, by the way, Mario Kart World is like $80. And like, you know, Nintendo of America is not Nintendo HQ. Doug Bowser has been excoriated ever since he had to present that. I'm sure, you know, he wasn't looking forward to that presentation, but CEOs, if you don't know who they are, can be incredibly seedy people. Just gonna move into the depths here. And we can remove that.
You hear that,
off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the incoming ad storm, aka the commercial break. I know we don't like them, but it helps keep the lights on. You know, I get paid a few paltry peanuts. And, perhaps more importantly, it makes sure our friends over on Twitch don't have pre-roll ads to worry about. I hate it. I wouldn't run things this way if I didn't have to, but we gotta. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it today. I appreciate all the new people coming in and, you know, coming in and conversating. That means a lot to me. I enjoy what I do. You guys are probably the best part of my day for the most part. I sure hope I don't have to, like, worry about... Why is there a lava fall here? Is there a hot spring I'm not aware of? We can let this play out while I continue talking. But since we got all the shilling done, the only thing I really have to say is, hey, at the top of the hour, there will be a timer above my head. It'll be 3 minutes long. When that timer reaches 0, I'm gesturing with my hands like you guys can see it. Like I was saying, after that timer reaches 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can get back to gaming. I highly recommend everyone, you know, take a stretch, grab a snack, or do whatever you want for those next 3 minutes, really. Or do anything you want. I'm not your parent. I'll tell you what to do. I structure these breaks this way so that there's less FOMO. There's less missing out because a commercial break struck at an inopportune time. I do my best to try to control that. And I only take breaks during that time, or if I've got to step away from my desk. I don't just run ads every half hour. I really try hard to stick to those two things. And it works. I think it works. Let me catch up on messages here, and then we can continue onward. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, Mr. Coin, Doug Bowser came from EA. And look, I don't want to disparage Mr. Bowser too much, because I really don't know him as a person, right? I really want to be careful. I really want to stress that these people, these CEOs, while they're CEOs generally for a reason, and typically you don't get to that level in a company unless you're willing to play dirty. But there usually are redeeming qualities in people that you can look for. Maybe that's worth considering later. Maybe I'll do a little bit of homework on Mr. Bowser and see some of the good things he may have done, whether EA or Nintendo or elsewhere. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you have 266 Lionel Who's in Tears of the Kingdom, the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Yeah, that checks out. You know, with the whole, like, the Zelda notes thing, right? Like, that's pretty easy. Mr. Grayg says, my channel, remember, trust me, I have it written down, good sir. Right here on this index card. I shan't be forgetting. I will not forget. You could count on that. We still got another hour left to go, of course. This is just the final commercial break, but trust me, I won't forget. And even if I do, I've got the written material. What's up, Mr. Jason? It's interesting how we can be right next to the lava fall and there's no, like, actual difference in temperature. That's really strange. Let's head over to the next shrine, or the next light route, excuse me. Mr. Jason said, "Oh no. Okay, we did go a little bit too close to the sun. Let's fix that. But we'll have to continue chatting it up after the commercial break. See you guys then." Sorry about that, guys. I had to go help micromanage dogs for like an extra minute. So sorry about that. I am the proud co-owner of 2 miniature dachshunds and a black lab. So they always get excited when their mom comes home from her trips out to visit her mother and other places. So I often have to help get them to sit if they get too excited, which they always do. She almost always goes outside after she comes back home, like almost immediately. So they're used to um they're used to, a routine. They really like it when she comes back to the house because they get to go outside. Dogs love going outside. That keeps them from being depressed. Let me take a nice sip of tea. For those that are new and or those that just want to answer the question, coffee, tea, or neither? Which is the drink of your choice? I like coffee, but you know, after a health scare I had like a month ago, I don't want to risk, like, I want to take it easy on the part of my body that has to deal with all that stuff. So tea is a bit easier. There's no caffeine in this. It's just herbal tea. Eventually, I'll probably be able to go back to drinking coffee, but not right now. Grey G says, and I believe that's twice, light shroom names are shrine names backwards. Light roots, but close enough. It could look like, I could see the you know, they're kind of these bulbous, like, large structures. I could see how they might look like mushrooms to some people. Thank you, Mr. I bit the inside of my mouth. That really hurt. Mr. Jason says, I need to go back and read because I missed a whole bunch. In theory, if a Lionel dropped only 2 hooves, that means you've defeated 133 Lionels. You've been busy then. Yeah, that's a lot of Lionels to fight. And welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Biting your tongue really sucks. Don't do that. If you can help it, of course. And I guess while we're here, I might take a look at this. It's a spot marked on a map. We might as well look at it. And then we can discern or figure out... Oh, I forgot to mark this too. Let's use a different pin there this time. Once we've collected these light roots, usually what I like to do is I like to scout the depths a bit on my own. And, you know, if there are treasure chests or there's something important, you know, I make a note to go back and show you guys so that we can actually collect things for the first time. I do not open chests or stumble into areas accidentally for the most part. There's a certain temple I will not mention further for fear of bringing back up the painful experience. Now, the temple I did stumble into on stream, so that's not anything I'm worried about, but stumbling into it by accident is still... it's certainly not my finest moment. It's what happens when you explore instead of, you know, quickly doing all of the things that are, you know, related to the main story. Wow, there's like lots of old structures. Okay, there's like an abandoned mine too. Heck, we might as well throw that onto the list. And we'll check that out after we've collected the treasure at that marked spot. We'll try to finish out this last hour nice and strong. And then, you know, after that, we'll start on... We will... Well, and... I didn't mean to mark this. Come on, give me the pin. Thank you. We'll be well and truly on our way to wrapping up a lot of unfinished business. I wanted to try to like keep good pacing. We already kind of go at a slow pace to begin with in this game, just because of the nature of the channel with 100% Let's Plays and everything. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't go glacially slow, and I still went glacially slow at points. So if I had really marked every enemy in addition to all of the light routes, all of the cave systems and everything like that, we would never leave a region until like a week, like after a week. Or maybe like an extra day tacked onto the stream or whatever, or on the schedule. I didn't want that. Of course, we still have to spend that time. You know, the total amount of time that you have to play it doesn't really change. It's like, do you spend it now? Do you do it now, or do you do it later? Content creator things. Smelling a cup of peppermint tea in the afternoon or in the morning is... there's nothing quite like it. It really is the simple pleasure. I guess I've been forced to kind of enjoy, which is a good thing, I suppose. Because, I mean, I've rediscovered my love for peppermint tea that way. Okay, so that is all of the light route. So now we have the spot marked on a map to go to, and then that old oh, actually we should make a pit stop right here because I see it. And this means I won't have to bother, you know, showing the rest of it. The main reason I show these canyon mines are for the chests. Want to make sure we got those. But I don't want to make you guys sit and watch me break sediment. That's not very fun. I try to, like, minimize the amount of grinding you guys see as well. On occasion, I might need to, like 2 or 3 streams ago, I had to break down and, you know, show off some grinding, like do some grinding, but there wasn't that much. At most, like half an hour to like 45 minutes. A considerable amount of stream time, but not all that terribly much grinding, if I do say so myself. Because I kind of have to spend hours to do this, to grind, for the amount of ore I want to keep on hand. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, according to what you've read, Nintendo is being a bit more generous in terms of amiibo for the Animal Crossing New Horizons and the Legend of Zelda collab than they were in Animal Crossing New Leaf. In Animal Crossing New Leaf, you have to scan the specific amiibo, whereas in Animal Crossing New Horizons, you could scan a variety of the Legend of Zelda amiibo figures for Tulin or Mineru. Yeah, I saw the table. That was a pretty expansive table. Yeah, so instead of having to like own specific parts of a collection, you could just have something in your collection. As long as it's generally Legend of Zelda related, you know, it works. Ooh, I won't say no to more supplies. Everyone has been ordered to carry a medicinal herb called a Sundelion at all times while in the depth. This order is based on intelligence stolen from the Zonai survey team. Sundelions have shown promise as a treatment for those suffering decreased vitality due to gloom exposure. This rare herb is found only in areas where things have fallen from the sky. They may come from the Sky Islands. If this information is accurate, Sundelions will save me trips to the surface. I just wish they weren't so bitter. If only there was such a thing as a sun banana. A sanana? Maybe? Glory to Master Koga. There is. It's called a plantain.
Sure, Jan.
That wasn't quite a joke. That was just a saucy quip, but I'm sure Janning it anyway. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is glad because you stopped collecting amiibo figures on the 19th of October 2018. Remind me of the significance of that date? Did that have to do with increases in amiibo prices? Or whenever you come back, of course. No rush. Now, what did they leave behind? More charges. Won't say no to those, I suppose. Let's see. A bunch of crates and stuff lying around. Please tell me there is a construct. There's gotta be one here. It's usually like around in the center somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised though if there weren't one this time. Or it's like just somewhere else and I don't see it. Authorizer verified. Welcome, I'm a forge construct. I process zonite here into other materials. Go on. Please wait one moment. I've been meaning to buy up large charges. We're starting to run below the point where I want to keep them. I just want 5 of your finest large charges, please. I want to keep 30 around just in case. Grey G says, gotta go to school because you live... I'm not sure what the VIC is, but that's fine. I don't need to know that. Do take care of yourself, Grey G. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator and inductee. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, you know, do stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to continue... We're going to continue on trying to find this other blasted construct. Because I'm pretty sure there's a schema stone waiting for us. Mr. Jason says, I'm back, Mr. Coin. It was because you were constantly getting them without fail. Ah, gotcha, understood. And I won't forget, Grey G. I promise. I will remember your channel. No worries about that. Don't be late for school. Where is this other one at? It's like it might be in a weird place this time. Mr. Jason says that last... What? I read a bit ahead of the sentence, that, of where I was in the sentence, I should say. It's because you were no. I'm sorry, my brain is completely fried. 1 second.
Sex.
Mr. Jason says that last amiibo figure was the Solaire of Astora amiibo. Ah, and thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny, excuse me. Welcome back, I think. Hold on a second. Nope. I'm pretty sure it's the first time, but yeah. Greetings. Ah, I see that the cursed meme has made its way into the YouTube chat. Oh man. Welcome on back, BC West 2011. Hopefully both you and Mr. Shiny are doing well today, in both body and mind, and I hope you both enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're cleaning up a few locations in the depths of the Rabella Wetlands, aka where Lurlin Village is situated. And then after that, we're gonna get started cleaning up this wide swath of stars that I've marked, like all these interesting locations. Mr. Shiny says, can't stay for long, greetings, but I'll keep you company for as long as you're able to. That is totally fine, Mr. Shiny. I appreciate any amount of time you can spend here. I trust things are going smoothly in your section of terra firma. Ooh, I need to buy that, I need to stop by a bargainer statue and get the thing I couldn't purchase earlier. BC West 2011 asks, how's my day? Oh, my day has been just fine. We've been busy slaving away, you know, at caves, in coliseums, like down here, collecting light roots. Oh, we've been nice and busy. And we're going to be busy doing side stuff like this for quite some time, too. As, I want to take care of... I want to take care of a lot of stuff before we head into the third phenomena. I would just like to, not have... how do I work this? I would just like to not have quite as much, on the backlog when we go into, you know, Upland Zorana. BC West says that's good. How about your day? I hope that's been all right. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I'll let you see later, but in the TCC staff room, you've posted an important out of hours note. I've noticed an unknown amount of an unknown role in the playtesters register area. And so you're informing you all that we'll be testing all ticket errors tomorrow in business hours to fix said issue. And so this may ping you a few times depending on your department. Good, good to know. I'll check that posting too. BC West 2011 says yours has been good. Good, glad to hear it. There, that should do it. I moved the crystals I took from here, and I left behind some notes about some things that caught my eye. Now there's just one thing left to do. Put an end to this blasted hero. We will have our vengeance. I don't think so. Nope. I don't even think so. They're making a whole bunch of noises too. That's hilarious. Bye. And that last one was here, yeah. Okay. Cool, we took care of the Yiga clan dolts, but what the heck? I thought a bug was getting ready to crawl in my ear, which is why I did that. I guess we need to figure out where the heck the construct is. It can't just be this one, right? There has to be another one nearby. But where? Mr. Jason says, I usually don't post at all past 5:59 TCC time, but it was important to inform all the staff that they may be pinged. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, 4:59 TCC time. Mr. Shiny says, checking in has paid off. It has. You've been getting lots of points. Probably like, I'd say like 88. If the 220 per hour is to be believed, that it's probably something like, no, like 880 and then 450 on top of that. So like 1,250 points every time you do that, which is quite a pretty penny. Nothing to sneeze at. Watch streaks and channel points are a good reason to maybe check back in with your favorite streamers on Twitch and elsewhere. Okay, I definitely feel... Ah, there you are. I was wondering where this particular one was. That is a interesting spot to find one. Minus 50 for a redeem. So yeah, if you're doing redemptions, it would be 1,200. But 1,200 is still nothing to sneeze at. I mean, that means in basically 2 weeks you get access to What the Fox Didn't Say. Maybe not quite 2 weeks, a little bit closer to like 7 or 8 days. No, like 8 or 9, if my math is correct. BC West 2011 says it was hard for me too. Yeah, that one was just kind of tucked out of the way. So it took a minute for me to find. Mr. Jason says, indeed, 4:59 TCC time, Mr. Coin. That is ironically an hour before Mr. Coin streams. I wonder how that worked out. I don't think I need to know how that worked out because I have a pretty good idea. Mr. Jason says, once Mr. Coin goes live, unless it is incredibly important, I don't want any botheration on the TCC matters until the next day. I'm flattered, truly. BC West 2011 says, do I have the Ego clan? The Yiga clan. I mean, I have the set, I believe. Let's see what schema stone we're getting, and then I can double check the sets. I think I have all 3 pieces. Welcome. This was once a busy refinery where a great deal of zonite was processed. My task here is to manage designs and mining equipment. Or for mining equipment. Yep, there's a schema stone. What am I getting this time? A dirigible. I didn't know that's what those were called. Good to know. Just a floating platform with balloons on it. And I'm willing to bet this leads us to a treasure chest. Because this has got to be... Yeah, we can put that through auto build, right? What? Oh, no, these just use torches. Interesting. Let's see if floating up here gets us something. Not really. But that's fine, honestly. But I will never say no to a crystallized charge. BC West says, that's good, you use it a lot. I use the Sheikah set. Let's see. I know it's around here somewhere. Yep, I have the Yiga armor right here. It does the same thing. Although you do get mistaken for a Yiga clan agent, which is why I don't wear it. But I'm sure it'll be worthwhile to upgrade. Mr. Shiny says, I think painting the Yiga set pink to show respect toward the almighty Master Koga is a good idea. Oh, I agree. That is an amazing idea. We're just gonna grab the treasure on this tower, and assuming okay, we still have the area to go check out, but once we're done with that, we can stop by, the dye shop and make that happen. Yes. And pink is a manly color, so that works. Okay, where is our friend, the hover bike? I know it was around here. It might have fizzled out. Because I parked it, like, over here, didn't I? Mr. Jason says he had to go to the doctor the other week. Oh. I await the next sentence with bated breath. Nice. Okay, no, that did in fact break up, but that's fine. We can actually probably just like paraglide over to it. We have the energy for it. Mr. Jason says, I woke up and everything that I saw was purple. When I went to the doctor, they reassured me that my issue was a pigment of my imagination. Good one. Sorry, a couple of my soundboard pieces are right next to the applause button, so that I definitely pressed something that I didn't need to press. That's for sure. Yeah, we have a bunch of spinsters on our channel, so if you guys like good, clean puns and jokes, I think you guys will like the community a lot. It's also available on our Discord. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Ancient observation deck. Interesting. I do work pretty hard to cultivate the Discord and the associated community you know, one heart and one mind at a time. But we post pictures, we chat with each other. I release thumbnails to you guys. My Discord has a lot of sweet features on it for the prospective internet user. Mr. Shiny says, yes. Jason using an opportunity to make a color or a joke. Color me shocked. And yeah, we have a jokes and puns counter. Everyone is welcome to contribute. So this is our lovely, this is the thing that we were kind of sort of waiting on. Cap of the Hero. According to legend, this cap was once treasured by an ancient hero. It's quite the simple cap, yet there's something about it that's just so appealing. Nice. Got the ancient observation deck and the Tuft Canyon mine. Nice. I think we're good then. The only thing I might be interested in doing is checking out this spot right here. I'm sort of curious. It's not too often you see water in the depths, so I want to check that out and go from there. But yeah, as long as the joke is good, honest, and not offensive, I usually include them. Everyone can contribute, and we hope that people do. Me and Mr. Shiny have done most of the heavy lifting thus far. Mr. Shiny says, okay, Mr. Coin and Mr. Jason, I must depart for today, and I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to be making a mad sprint toward this location here. I'm just gonna put some markers so I know where I'm going. And no worries, BC West 2011. No worries about that. You know, this is the holidays. Does anyone have any plans for Thanksgiving for those that celebrate it? That is. You know, us here in America, you know, we do celebrate it, but I know not everyone around in the world celebrates that sort of thing. But, you know, regardless of whether you do or don't, I hope that around that time of year, you guys get the chance to, you know, eat good food and hang out with friends. You know, for those that don't celebrate Thanksgiving, right, there's an equivalent out there. It's called Friendsgiving. It's where you and your friends literally just pick some time in November to meet up, exchange food, and physically catch up with each other. It's pretty good. I think more people should adopt the practice, because, you know, instead of, like, I get it, family's important, but in my personal view, I think family is what you choose. I think you can choose who your family is. Not like biologically speaking or anything, like, but like the sentiment of family is what you can choose, right? Like, you can choose to associate with someone in such a way that you love being in their presence and company, and they love your presence and company. Especially if you're estranged from your actual real family, quote unquote, Friendsgiving is a good way to, like, cross that gap, so to speak. Excuse me. BC West says, yes, I'm going to be with both of your families. Awesome. That's nice. I usually have to have my Thanksgiving piecemeal. I am the son of a since divorced couple at one point in time, and so my family is split up into two different pieces, and I have to have my Thanksgiving separately. And sometimes I don't even get that, so sometimes I don't even get one Thanksgiving, but That's okay. If for whatever reason Thanksgiving stops being like a semi-regular occurrence here for me, I have you guys. I can always stream during Thanksgiving, and those that are lonely and don't have family can hang out here with me. We can sort of have some merriment together. Mr. Jason says, by default, everyone is welcome here, and if you're good at jokes and puns, you are welcome here. I mean, Mr. Coin will ensure that all are welcome. Too true. Just don't violate terms of service. BC West 2011 says, do you want to know a joke? Sure. Let me also make sure I haven't missed. Okay. No, the last thing was the accursed meme that I shall not spit out because everyone really and truly well and truly got very annoyed at that pun. Even though I might find it funny, I find it funny in like it's so bad it's good kind of way, and not anything else. There is something there that we can get rid of. BC West 2011 says, why did the robot cross the road? Do tell. Mr. Jason says, I must head off for now, though. Head off now, though, Mr. Coin. No problem, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you. Good company, as always. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I don't see you again, for whatever reason, do stay safe and do take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to be collecting, lots of stuff on our way to our target destination. All right, let's... Careful. Ah, it found me. BC West says because it was programmed by the chicken. That was pretty funny. That was a really good one. It was programmed by the chicken. Smooth, natural, good delivery on that. I know I didn't bust out into laughter, but it's not that it wasn't funny. Hello. Oh, this thing is just this thing is really shuffling its location fast. Okay. Let's see. Maybe something like this and swap clothes. BC West 2011, you made it yourself? That's fantastic. Well, then I get the feeling that we'll come to know you as a certified punsmith extraordinaire, Mr. BC West 2011. I hate when they do this. There's absolutely nothing to do. It just sits up there and taunts me. Is there some way I can, like, blow it up? Kinda. I found how to break it up. Okay, nope. Don't do that. One second. I know I'm not being super chatty right this second, but I gotta concentrate. BC West says on the blocks that he shoots, you're able to use the rewind ability or recall ability for those blocks. Right, I keep forgetting that. Bye. Take care, Flux Construct. And I believe I have a gnarled stick in the wings for just such a thing. Nice. All right, let's get out of here then. We haven't exactly done what we came here to do yet, but you know, we've at the very least killed a construct. And the construct is, well, at very least a welcome distraction from running about and collecting random stuff, yeah? Look, I love the 100% experience for the most part. You know, Korok's notwithstanding, but... Okay. Ow. I do like the 100% experience, but, you know, if I go too long without, any sort of, like, break of routine, I do slowly start to get tired of it. Slash bored of it. Oh, we're so close. Nice. I'm thankful I didn't detonate a puff shroom right there. I'm really curious as to what we're gonna find here. The Crescia Pit Mine. Interesting. It's kind of like a really dark, dingy, like, gloomy mine. And I'm willing to bet, you know, we probably can't go diving around in here, but we probably will find a treasure worth our while. Oh, careful. Wait, go back. There we go. This would be a lot easier if I built a flying aircraft, but I didn't want to do that this time. Careful. I gotta now, like, kind of swim. Ah, I see how that works. I'm like, I hold the direction, and that's where you're aiming at. I don't like that. Let's see. I can't wait to find out what's back here. And then we can get out of here. And I can start showing off a lot of the locations that I was trying to, like, map out. Including maybe taking a trip back to Hyrule Castle. Trousers of the Wind. Legends say that these trousers were treasured or cherished by a hero who sailed the Great Sea. They're water resistant, naturally. Nice. I knew that was going to be worth our time to go out and do. Alrighty. Why don't we get our start right over here in the, shrine at the docks in Hyrule Castle proper. We don't have too terribly much time to get all that involved, but we can make a start. I'll probably have to look up some of the locations as well, just because when I tried mapping these things out myself, I couldn't really quite get a good grasp on where I was supposed to find some of these, even with the map telling me where to find it. Some of them were just truly well and hidden. So now we're gonna dive down, and hopefully we're going to end up in a location that makes more sense for where these are. Hopefully. So a couple of these should be at the docks portion, if I remember correctly. Like, there should be... the docks will be kind of like right here. Hold on. This one we might want a boat for. Well, Addison, why are you here, buddy? Okay, swap over. There we go. Up there. And now we can build our boat. Let's see. Does it still remember? Yeah, it does. It still remembers our basic boat structure. So now all we do is just like add things to it. It's gonna be hard to fight this current though, I will say that. Just kind of let the... kind of like get this shored up, let the current carry it for a minute. And then we should be able to just drift into here, you know, assuming the current doesn't fight us absolutely every second of the way. Ah, home sweet home. Surely it wasn't this devastated and full of gloom the last time we saw it. Oh wait, no, yes it was. So let's see, I think... Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Oh no. Hold on. Swap it up. Nope, wrong set. All right. We got him out of here. Now let's get Phantom Ganon out of here. He's fast. Yeah, he's really fast. Let's swap shield. Gotcha. Got him. Oh, and these bows are a hot commodity. I will trade lots of things for a bow like this. Actually, it might be better if we trade the duplex bow out. This beautiful puppy has the sort of power to really keep up with your weapons. This thing deals damage based on your maximum health. You get 52. Power is nothing to scoff at for this. It's not the most durable bow, but it's got decent range. It's got excellent range and power for that. I'm pretty sure that's what this stamp was for, so we can clear that out. Maybe, like, see if we can't find a way. Ah, yes. Good. I'm glad we looked. And it's a chest that respawns. Cool. Let's get him up here. And put this puppy in on a ledge where I can maybe get to it. This also lets me reclaim some of my stamps too, which was kind of what else I was looking to do with that. And I think the rest of like these stamps or spots that I had a hard time with are definitely because they're here on the bottom floor and not, you know, up here at the top or up at the floating part of the castle. Let's see. For now, we're probably good to equip the stealth set again. We can keep moving. Nice. So, which version of Hyrule Castle do you guys like? The one with Ganon's minions in it and a bunch of, like, malice pustules everywhere? Or do you guys like a bunch of these gloom spots everywhere? Oh, also, I should probably, see, which direction was that? Yeah, like, right over here. I'll put a new stamp there. I personally like this version more. You know, it's not... It doesn't get its own map, but I sort of prefer it that way. Because that means, like, more conventional maps just kind of work for that. Work for such a purpose. Let's see if we can, like, figure out... We can kind of quickly traverse from one section of the open castle to the other by moving around the interior like this. As we start to kind of wrap up for the stream, I'd like to thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I know I say that a lot, and I know it kind of gets to be a worn-out record, or even a broken one, but I think it's important that us content creators thank our audience, and thank them often, because you never know who could be hearing, number one. Number two, you know, it's a gesture of goodwill with your audience to do that. And number three, you gotta remember, especially if you continually thank your audience members. Is this a one we've not taken a picture of? No, we have taken a picture of it. Nice. Bye. Oh, yes, that's right. Down here. Hold on. We gotta, like... I gotta, like, move and see if we can't blast that open. Let's see. Probably, like, a 5-shot bow. Okay. Did that work? A little bit. I hear something down there. Is that a Calamity Ganon or a Phantom Ganon I'm hearing? See something down there. Yep. Literally down there. Nice. But we still have the 3-shot bows. That works just fine. So we can replace this with that and go from there. All right, Phantom Ganon. I would really appreciate it if you guys did some work on him. Gotcha. I'm getting better at dodging you, old man. I'll take all those dark clumps as well. Alright, let's read this, shall we? Royal Guard final test. Strike down a giant foe to become recognized as a Knight of the Kingdom. I think we have done that. Do we have a shield? No. Royal Hyrulean fabric. Tough fabric bearing a royal Hyrulean design. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. Probably should stop by and oh, you actually just straight up can't even go this way. You had to blow this up. There was no way either. You literally had to blow it up. But if for those that remember, this is where the Hylian shield was. Huh. Not really sure how you get out of here other than warping out. Yeah, I don't see a way to, like, grab anything valuable. Because there's no, well, there's like a bunch of things, but you still can't really tether it to that. No, wrong one. Thank you. Got a bunch of swords. And that's really about it. All right. Yeah, we have zero choice but to go back to the shrine and fly back around and go from there. But this is what the next couple of streams are going to consist of, is mostly just me touring around and killing all of the Phantom Ganons we have found so far, as well as mapping out new ones in the regions that we've discovered since then. Like, that's gotta happen so that we aren't gonna be running in with loose ends. Like, there's gonna be a lot of meandering around collecting, you know, this and that for that reason. Probably have the time to, like... Oh, also, I guess while we're out here, where is that? Yeah, we don't need this pin now. There we go. We want to turn around and head that way. Just like this. I don't think it's this. Maybe it actually, no, maybe it is. Yeah, I mark these as treasure chat or as stars rather than getting more specific. We're good. We don't have to worry about that. And then the second to last one, I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna call it good. But guys, you guys truly have been amazing company. Once again, my name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda, you know, Tears of the Kingdom. And, you know, we'll be back at this again tomorrow. As a reminder, I will not be streaming on the 14th of this week. I have some personal business I need to take care of. And, I'm gonna be gone all day, so it's just better if it'll be better for everyone involved if I dedicate that entire day to the person I'm supposed to be helping out. That way there's no oh, well, he's late again, or whatever else. No, that I don't want to. I also don't want to let anyone down either. So again, it's just better if I take that day off. Maybe I'll like do a bonus video or something. I'm not 100% sure yet. We can also finally take that off as well. And yeah, I believe that's gonna do it. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You guys are welcome back in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be Twitter, Discord, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Instagram, and so on. I'm working on getting a bunch more social media set up so I can try to advertise a bit better. Outside of that, do take care of yourselves. Stay safe. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.